Доброго ранку. Команда Svidomo Made рада вітати вас сьогодні на
Good morning, Svidomo Made team is happy to welcome you at our first training online conference for small and medium-sized businesses. I am Anna Karilina from IOM, Svidomo Made coordinator. I am Mitrae Ivana, and I'll be introducing Svidomo Made from Made in Ukraine team because I am a project manager of this project. Sustainable development, responsible production and consumption has become a trend over the world. Ukraine is no exception. IOM has partnered with Made in Ukraine CSO in order to support Ukraine's SME on its way to sustainable development within the Svidomo Made initiative. To be sustainable means to be aware of the impact you can have on the society, environment, culture, and the planet. Increasingly more businesses around the world join sustainable development and introduce corporate social responsibility standards. Increasingly more consumers base their choice of brands, take into account their position on social or environmental issues. Svidomo Made a joint brand designed to help Ukraine's SME within one single platform in order to make responsible production attractive for businesses and for consumers. Today's conference will have 6 panels today in accordance with the corporate sustainability standards, decent job and remuneration, environmental protection, transparent supply chains, human rights respect, refusal to of child labor and exploitation.
І є основними в нашому проекті. Також мушу додати, що всі наші панелі будуть розділені на 3 блоки. Перший блок – це є теорія, далі практичний кейс, де ми дізнаємося, зокрема, про історії компаній. І, звісно, це буде inspiring story від інфлюенсерів, лідери думок, поділяться своїми історіями в кожній панелі та надихнуть вас, шановні глядачі, на sustainable та свідоме споживання і виробництво. Що ж, можемо розпочинати. Зараз у нас вступ. На вступі ми надамо слово Ану Нгуєну. Саме він представляє IOM в Україні. Він поділиться своїм першим привітальним словом і розповість про проект для вас.
Good morning, everybody. I hope you can hear me loud and clear. I'm very honored to join this event today and to welcome all participants and the viewers who expressed their commitment to be real change makers on our long way to a better future. Within 1 year, our lives have changed dramatically, and the COVID-19 pandemic has almost brought the world economy to a halt. And unprecedented quarantine restrictions left thousands of people out of work. All around the world, small and medium businesses have been hit particularly hard with the pandemic. At first thought, it seems not to be the best time to talk about social responsibility, but it could be argued that now is the best time. The pandemic became a catalyst for transformation, urging businesses to revise their operations. And it's time to think how to make businesses more socially responsible, thus more sustainable. Why? Today's consumers are trying to be responsible citizens of the world, and they expect the same from businesses. According to a 2018 Endelman Earned Brand Global Report, 2 in 3 buyers will choose, switch, avoid, or boycott a brand because of its stand on social issues. Social responsibility is a critical part of proactive reputation management, and companies with strong reputations outperform others when it comes to attracting top talent, investors, community partners, and most of all, consumers. The pandemic showed how fragile is our world, how important to support each other, and how important to be sustainable. So let's speak more about sustainability, business, local manufacturing, ethical production, and being conscious about what we do, what we buy, what we wear, what we drink, and what we throw away. In 2000, the UN launched the Global Compact, a non-binding pact to encourage businesses around the world to adopt sustainable and socially responsible policies. The Global Compact is based on 10 principles in the areas of human rights, labor, environment, and anti-corruption. And I've always talked about how within this compact, it's the government's responsibility to protect, but it's business's responsibility to respect, and then it's all of our responsibility to remedy. And so the UN Global Compact provides a universal language for corporate responsibility and provides a framework to guide all businesses, regardless of size, complexity, or location. Over 9,000 companies of all sizes and industry sectors from both developed and developing countries have already joined it, with 81% of them attributing progress in their sustainability work to participating in the Global Compact. Responsible business practices combined with collaboration and innovation can bring about powerful change in markets and societies, proving that principles and profits go hand in hand. The multi-year strategy of the UN Global Compact is to drive businesses' awareness and action in support of achieving Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. To achieve the SDG target on eradication of forced labor and slavery and human trafficking, and securing elimination and prohibition of the worst forms of child labor, governments, business, and civil society should take strong action to address the causes of these human rights violations. As an organization with vast experience in protecting human rights and countering human trafficking, we understand that exploitation is driven largely by demand of cheap labor, and without tackling demand, it is impossible to eliminate human rights violations. That's why IOM supports the Svidomo Made initiative. Now, there's an opportunity to showcase our joint adherence to the principles of sustainable and responsible production, and in turn will promote responsible consumption among the wider public, teaching people to make grounded choices and transforming their outlook on what each of us can do for the better world, better future, and better today. We all, as consumers, can change the situation, and this is really, really important because we're in a marketplace where it's very consumer-driven, and by being aware, by consuming responsibly, we look into the ways goods we use were produced by demanding transparency in supply chains. Combining the capacities of Made in Ukraine and IOM expertise, we plan to upscale this achievement by synonymizing Made in Ukraine with honest work, respect for human rights, reliability, and transparency. In other words, Svidomo Made. Thank you for your time.
Ну що ж, Анне, дякую вам за те, що ви поділилися і зробили таке прекрасне вступне слово. І, власне, далі я хочу представити наступну нашу ідейну натхненницю Made in Ukraine Юлію Савостіну. Юля Савостіна – це, власне, є ідеолог цього проєкту. ідеологиня, вірніше. Юлія має 8-річний досвід співпраці із малим та середнім бізнесом. І, власне, вона точно знає, що таке бути сталими, що таке sustainable у всіх сенсах. Адже ми говоримо не лише про зелену упаковку, так? Ми говоримо про повагу до прав людини, ми говоримо про забезпечення прозорості мережі поставок, ми говоримо про етичне працевлаштування. Тобто тут є весь спектр sustainable. Тож, Юлю, я хочу передати вам слово, і аби наші глядачі почули ваше привітальне слово. Вітаю!
Доброго ранку всім. І в першу чергу я хочу сказати, що я зараз дуже така трошки збуджена через те, що ми конференцію цю готували, почали готувати. Я вчора писала у себе в Фейсбуці. Ми почали цю конференцію готувати 2 грудня 2019 року. Ми її переносили двічі. Ми бачимо величезну просто потребу і з боку бізнесу, і з боку споживачів розібратися все-таки, що це означає, це стале підприємництво, куди рухається споживання, як взагалі відрізнити одне, ну якщо говорити там хороших від поганих, і ми майже 1,5 року мали переносити цю важливу подію. От зрештою, ми змогли знайти формат, змогли побачити все, що всі запобіжники зробити і провести цю конференцію. Тому я всіх нас вітаю з цим. І тепер хочу сказати, власне, про сам проект. Коли ми розпочинали Svidomo Made, ми ставили на меті собі знайти підприємців, які вже працюють у цьому напрямку в Україні. На Заході, якщо ми говоримо, наприклад, про Європу, це вже норма життя. Пакети, які можна компостувати, паперове пакування там, де просто потрібне пакування, сортування сміття, будь-яка сертифікація твоєї роботи і в білу, і держава це підтримують, як, наприклад, наприклад, в мене є там приклад, якщо ти будуєш чесно в білу або робиш ремонт, держава тобі частину цих грошей компенсує, таким чином заохочуючи і підтримувати умови праці, і підтримувати чесну оплату труда, і підтримувати все те, що ми називаємо в нашому проєкті sustainable.
Work, etc. Ukraine is just embarking on this road. We can rather speak about certain social commitments and obligations that businesses are undertaking. And during today's 6 panels dedicated in one way or another to responsible production. We want to hear from those who make laws, from those who offer business cases, those who inspire companies towards responsible production consumption, and most importantly, matchmaking between the ones and the others. So I'm sure that today's event will be of use to both who produce, who consume, and those who regulate by making laws, because Ukraine is just planning to undertake a lot in order to support sustainable change. And I'm happy that Made in Ukraine, through its Svidomo Made project with support of IOM, is standing by to support and implement this change. And I also hope that we'll enjoy today's conversation, communication. I indeed envy the moderators who'll be at the heart of today's event. So best of luck, good dialogue to all of you. Yes, Julia, indeed. it's a great advantage of ours to be able to watch speakers who are here in the studio and those who joined online, because despite the lockdowns and quarantine, we did our best to make this happen. We had to postpone it 3 times, but here it is. And this conference is about promoting responsible production and consumption. We thank Anna and Yulia, our esteemed conveners, for what they are doing. Now we'll be moving on to another set of welcome remarks to be made by our donors who made this project actually happen, who contributed to planning it, to launching it. We understand that sustainable business, sustainable development is at its inception in Ukraine. There's a lot to be done. We are to make important steps towards sustainable business, sustainable development. Svidomo Made has done its chunk. We are starting to introduce sustainability to Ukrainians, providing them with such important input information. Our today's panels, sustainability standards, are intended to cover the entire spectrum of sustainable business, as our conveners were indicating for us to come together in the studio, having success stories, inspiring stories, was very important. We're going to have 16 speakers or 18 speakers during this panels, and we are going to stay with you until 1800 hours. And please stay with us. Join every of the 6 panels, because every time we'll be talking about concentrated choice for small businesses, for medium-sized enterprises, which is very important. And one other thing I'd like to highlight, we are talking about the entirety of businesses. Without further ado, to our donors for their welcome remarks.
This project would be impossible without the support of our projects. The project is supported by International Organization of Migration Development Foundation and a long-standing partner of IOM, United States Agency for International Development, USAID. And we have Director of the Office of Democracy and Governance at the regional mission of USAID in Ukraine and Belarus, Mr. Mark Ellenstadt. The floor is yours.
On behalf of the American people and USAID, we welcome all the small and medium enterprises, experts in the sphere of sustainable development, partners, panelists, colleagues and friends, and everyone who has joined us today to become a part of this important movement towards sustainable production and consumption. Since 1992, USAID has been working together with the Ukrainian government and civil society to support Ukraine in realizing its economic, political, and social potential. Through our programs, we work to improve the business climate on the national and local levels, providing incentives to develop domestic and foreign trade and investment. USAID supports the development of a competitive Ukrainian economy. This has included working to optimize the legal framework, a challenge which currently increases the cost of doing business in Ukraine. USAID works together with IOM to support economic empowerment programs for internally displaced people and human trafficking survivors who have survived thousands of that has helped thousands of skillful and talented Ukrainians to set up their own businesses, not only to gain economic independence, but also to create jobs and contribute to the economic growth of the country. We're at a critical juncture for Ukrainian small and medium enterprises, as the COVID pandemic is greatly affecting businesses, and SMEs have been hit especially hard. This has affected the spending patterns of the world's population, including Ukrainians, requiring businesses to adapt. At the same time, the global economy is now focused more on the ways in which business affects society, culture, and the environment. Brands make their policy towards certain social and ecological problems the part of their identity, and customers base their purchasing decisions on the ways the brands answer this rising need to be sustainable. How Ukrainians' private sector, SMEs in particular, will answer these challenges will affect the future of their compatibility in Ukrainian and international markets, and what the country's economy and development patterns will look like for years ahead. To be able to face these changes, it is of critical importance for us to unite around the shared values of sustainable production and consumption. We can go hand in hand with the world if we start now. With Svidomo Made, we will together work with IOM and Made in Ukraine to support Ukrainian SMEs and their customers in this journey by providing extensive informational resources and tools, networking and comprehensive learning opportunities to provide ethical recruitment, respect for human rights, prioritizing environmental safety in their business practices. I wish to express our gratitude to the Ukrainian businesses which have already chosen to join the global movement towards equal rights, responsible business practices, and prioritizing diversity in the workforce. Your support and work in this direction is extremely important. Only by a joint effort will we be able to build a country where equal rights are guaranteed to every individual. Thank you again for joining us today, and I wish you a productive workshop. Thank you.
Thank you very much for such a wonderful introduction. We are very grateful to the donors. That concludes our introductory remarks, and we'll be commencing our panel discussions. And the first one is on ethical recruitment and decent pay. What will this panel be about? We'll be discussing how important it is for socially responsible businesses is to remember that an integral part of the activity is how the employees were recruited and how much they're paid. We will have three speakers here. Our first speaker will be Tatiana Sakharuk, United Nations Global Compact, and she will explain the theory to us. The second speaker is Zlata Kostyuk, is CSR specialist, Ocean. She will join us online to speak about the practical case. And our third speaker, our inspirational influencer, is Ms. Olga Rubneva, director of Foundation, host of YouTube project Stories, Olena Pinchuk. She will share with us some inspirational stories, and she'll motivate us all to remember about this ethical recruitment and decent pay. So welcome, and I think we can start our panel, and Tatiana will be first to speak. Tatiana, the floor is yours. Let's start with theory. And during this part of our panel discussion, we'll be discussing SDGs and legislative requirements and realities of Ukrainian businesses. Thank you. Thank you very much for your invitation. Greetings, everyone. Greetings, all of those who are with us online. I'm very happy to be with you to discuss a very important issue for our country, and that's people. Could I have my presentation, please? We have technical support with us. They will be changing the slides. You can just instruct them to show the next slide. If you want to go back, you can also instruct them to do that. So next slide, please. Our biggest issue is people. If we look at the 30-year-long history of Ukraine, since independence, I was a student. Ukraine had 52 million people. That was the size of population. 30 years later, officially, we're at 42 million. So at least officially, formally, we lost 10 million people. There are statistics suggesting that there are 32 million in Ukraine, and even 28. That was one of the numbers that we heard. So who is going to be developing the country? It's up to us and businesses, including. In the 90s, we had 24 million people that were employed. It's 16 million now. So there are less people who can work. So development of economy is not going to happen without people. If we look at the employer market, it's changing. In the 90s, it transformed in the market of job seekers. On the slide, you can see the number of people who were looking for a job in the 90s and how many are looking for a job now. If we look at technical specialization, out of 15% in the 90s, we went down to 4% of technical specialization employees. 16% of employable Ukrainian population left the country and is working abroad. If we look at official statistics, 92% are studying management, IT, and law. So the young 72 Ukrainians are majoring in IT, but in the future, this is the profession that might disappear in the future. Only 8% are technical specialization. So we are developing managerial specialization, but when the young come to us to seek employment and say, we're managers, I'm asking them, managers of what? What do you manage? Is it human resources management or project management? They do not understand that. So they get their diploma, their degree, and that's it. This is a major problem with Ukrainian universities because they do not teach people to develop their own businesses. This is our culture, and unfortunately, this culture hasn't changed in 30 years. The approaches are not changed. That is why probably the percentage of small and medium enterprises is so low. SMEs that are developing themselves and developing the country, the percentage is very low. How much did we get, say, from abroad? We heard about the percentage of employable people who work abroad. In 2019, we received over 12.2 billion of remittances from abroad. This is good for development of Ukraine, but we shouldn't be that optimistic. We should see this number in a different context a bit later, and we'll do that. So who are the people that leave Ukraine? There are certain statistics that gives us the average Ukrainian migrant. It's a man aged 25, between 25 and 34, with a degree, higher education, and he's from a small town in central or western part of Ukraine, and he makes around 600 or 800 US dollars per month. This is something that is possible to have in Ukraine. Whether they're making more in other countries, that's an open question, but Ukrainian employers can provide what I've just mentioned in Ukraine as well. This is the difference in salaries between Ukraine and Poland. Poland used to pay 10% more to their employees in 2013. In 2019, the difference was 40%. And how much we're going to have in 2025 when we are supposed to reach the Sustainable Development Goals, nobody knows. Can we cover this gap? Can we be paying people over 40% of the salary that Polish employers can afford? I do not think so. And there are other things and play here that we mentioned early into our discussion. Money is not enough to retain our people. There have to be other things that would motivate people to stay in Ukraine here with their families, to be developing and strive for personal development and development of their families. And the nearest time, in the next few years, will this gap that will come about as a result of the peak 90s will become tangible when the birth rate was very low. And now the shortage of staff in the companies is at the level of 5%, but it will be growing, and by 2030 it will be at around 20%. To avoid that, we need to work together. This means that there have to be national, state-level policies in place, motivating people to stay in the country, not forcefully, but through some positive encouragement. There has to be some motivation, helping people to seek personal development in the country, and there has to be work with partners. And if we recall the president's inauguration, he said that we need all of you Ukrainians, and that is true. To develop Ukrainian economy, we need people with whom we'd be able to do that. And my hope is that in the future we'll be working with our employees better. A few words about realities. In 2020, for the first time, Ukraine reported on the progress on SDGs to the international community. We were reporting on each of the SDGs, sharing some positive progress, where we reached those target indicators that were set forth in 2015, and we also reported on where the progress was not achieved. Unfortunately, the period of 2015-2017 had some negative results, and the red marks lack of progress, and green marks progress. The percentage of population whose expenditures overall are less than the subsistence level is 43.2%, which means that the people are getting poorer, and at times they cannot afford to buy the minimum subsistence. At the same time, the percentage of the poor covered by the state social security support is on the rise and amounts to over 70% of the population, which means that the country is not working towards development of its economic potential, but rather towards social security. So we work with the poor. We provide them with certain assistance, ad hoc assistance, and this is not the approach to help develop the economy of the state. This is a slide about SDGs. For example, one of the obligations that Ukraine took upon itself was to increase the percentage of the energy from renewable sources to have it at the level of 11%, but it's 7%. The businesses are ready to work in the area of recyclable energy, but the national policy keeps changing every year, and the government is not meeting its obligations that it has before the investors, which slows down progress in this area. The percentage of victims of accidents at work, there's a trend globally for companies to be working towards decrease of this number, and our plan was in 5 years' time to decrease the percentage to decrease this percentage, but on the contrary, it's 113. This is the number of casualties, sorry, not percentage, the number of casualties. And this is a very important number for investors, which might be reluctant to invest into Ukrainian enterprises because they do not have proper respect for human rights. Industry, we have insufficient innovations, infrastructure. We did not progress in the area of decrease of inequality and climate change. There's been a growth of CO2 emissions plus 8.8%, which is unacceptable for economy of a country that aspires to join the European Union and partnership. If we look at the numbers, at the target numbers, the investment went down. The plan was to have $10 billion of investments in 2019. We only received 4 instead of 10. Instead, we received 10.8% of GDP from those people. And if you remember, the previous slides had information about people who left Ukraine, about remittances. They send in the money back to Ukraine. And that number went on the rise. And this is great. This means money in our country, but we have to be thinking about the future. If a person is working abroad, then in a year or 2 or 3, they will be bringing their family there, and the money will no longer be coming back to Ukraine. On the contrary, there will be less people staying in Ukraine.
And a number of PPP projects is on the decline, which also affects our country. So conclusion of mine is we have to learn joining efforts between the government and businesses in order to retain the workforce in Ukraine. Positive stimuli should be in play. Thank you, Tatiana, for a very informative contribution. Following on your speech, I think you raised a very important issue of workforce drain. What do you think we need to do in order to make people want to stay so that Ukraine doesn't lose this labor force? Well, there are 10 principles upon which the Global Compact is based on: home, human rights respect, environment, anti-corruption, etc. If businesses stick to these principles, develop programs to support their workforce, I mean, decent pay, but not just decent pay. There should be other programs in play: gender equality, diversification, inclusivity, there should be programs in place supporting family development, human development, lifelong human development. If we look at Ukraine's SDG report, we would have to conclude that these indicators have also been on the decline, whereas they are expected to be rising. So it's a holistic approach that will make Ukrainians want to stay in Ukraine. So comprehensive, holistic means a synergy between the government and businesses. In percentage terms, who do you think should contribute more? Well, it's another comprehensive issue that should involve all the stakeholders, not just government and businesses, schooling, civil society that should stimulate the government towards positive change and stimulate businesses towards positive change. Just 50 years ago, profit was the only driver of businesses. Friedman said that making profit is the social responsibility. Nobody cared about environment and other things. Today, businesses should not only respect workforce but environment. If the government supports this concept and stimulate social responsible businesses towards developing programs of this kind, there'll be a win-win situation. I support only working hand in hand we can aim at good outcomes. Now we are into a Q&A time. Let me remind the viewers that now you can ask questions of the panelists in the studio or online. To this end, you have to pose your questions via chat, and our moderator will then select the most appropriate. There are a couple here waiting for you, Tatiana. If they ask the situation were to start changing at the level of legislation, what should be done? 3 steps. Well, legislation to make businesses more responsible for environmental and rights and human rights. U.S. is planning to pass a series of legal acts. EU is discussing European Union taxonomy. All nations say that the responsibility of businesses for human rights violation should be enhanced, and Ukraine should follow the suit. It should develop legislation that would make it mandatory for businesses to report on their human rights respect mechanisms. Next, businesses that care about their personnel and support personnel development through various programs. Thirdly, business grassroots initiatives of workforce have to be also supported, because this would make people see they are respected, they are important for the business. If there is such support available, people prefer to stay in the country and contribute to the development of these projects. Thank you. I hope our viewer is satisfied with this response of yours. There's time for another question. Do you think that policies aimed at incentivizing foreign workforce in Ukraine can compensate for the workforce drain, for the lack of workforce? It is indeed an important thing, and policies of this A description should be developed in Ukraine because we see that increasingly more Ukrainians try to seek jobs outside of the country when the government should provide supports. But quarantine, lockdowns, have they not affected the situation? Many people had to stay because they couldn't travel. Well, indeed, the number of people going abroad has decreased, but as soon as they have a work permit for another country, they grab the chance, and the number of people going abroad for work is increasing despite lockdowns and COVID-driven restrictions and limitations. Now, responsibility is on businesses, right, with regard to those policies. So the responsibility of businesses is greater in respect of those supportive policies. Well, businesses provide decent existence for the people. The government won't cope with this task. That's why we are saying that businesses are extremely important. Businesses can provide measures to support economic growth and human development. Therefore, business programs are essential, and it is recognized globally. In 2020, UN said that businesses are a driving force behind positive change. That's why we try to invite businesses with programs of corporate social responsibilities or sustainable development programs in order to promote sustainable development in the nation. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we have no time to go on with other questions. With this, let me thank you for taking the lead during this panel. Thank you very much for your contribution, for all the information you shared with us. I was just told that Made in Ukraine will give a set of Travel Ukraine guides to those who will have asked the best question. Now we're going on to the practical case. Zlata Kostyuk, who's corporate social responsibility at Oshan Group, and you may have heard about that policy, but we will enjoy hearing more from Zlata. Hello? Hello. I hope that you can copy me. I can, so I'm happy to say hello to all the participants and speakers. To quote, businesses as driving force behind positive change, a change for the better, something that Tatiana mentioned. We are proud that our company is part of this initiative and this general statement. As you may know, Auchan is a French business. Unfortunately, I can see the slides. Yeah, this is... Thank you. Next slide, please. So as you can see, we are present in 14 countries around the world, and we employ almost 300,000 people. As far as Ukraine is concerned, And you will see that on the next slide. We are employer to 6,000 employees and are present in 9 regions of Ukraine. From day one of our existence, we have been trying to provide ethical, equal work conditions to our employees so as to retain them as much as possible. And next slide is giving you a general overview of the company. Next slide. So as you can see, we are present in different formats, including electronic and unfortunately, this link is not clickable on the slide, but in case you do want to delve into it, please visit our website. We started doing non-financial reporting since 2018. We are collecting social responsible operations since 2016. If we were to discuss our policies aimed at greater inclusivity, reducing inequality, and responsible employment, we wouldn't have been able to do that without a general base, and we do have one in place. Global Sustainable Development Goals, of course, plus since 1961 we've had ethical charter and its 9 sections embrace all norms and rules to be adhered to in respect of all stakeholders, colleagues, partners, and other employees. So with a foundation like that, you can start doing practical cases. Speaking of our corporate social responsibility policy, they're based on this charter and the UN SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. No, we can copy you. Then we can go on to our next slide. Equality, non-discrimination is a special section in our ethical charter, which is a practical manual of sorts for our employees, for our workforce. Today, we would like to also say more about ethical employment. Supported employment, sometimes we use this term, and have a relevant project in place, is one of the 5 priorities for this corporate social responsibility policy. Next slide, please. Thank you. Now, these are the areas we're working on: CO2 emission reduction, healthy nutrition, reducing plastic and food waste. Plus, we have the supported employment and support of charitable projects from our special fund. Now, on diversity and equal opportunities. Well, we were surprised to see that we have made very little progress with regard to Goal 10, inequality reduction, but probably this information here will make you more confident in our businesses' opportunities. equal opportunities and diversity, inclusivity included. 6% of our total workforce are persons with disabilities. 200 employees are persons with hearing impairments who on seeing that we can supported ethical employment, decided to apply, and we also started employing persons with Down syndrome. It's a pilot project. As of 2020, we have employed 8 such employees. Next slide, please. General employment conditions apply equally to all. We use the same selection and recruitment tools, and look at their professional competences rather than their political affiliation, religious convictions, you name them. The next slide gives you a bit more on employment of our persons, our employees with disabilities, hearing impaired, persons with cerebral palsy, Down syndrome. I already mentioned that we have 9 employees. Our employees shows that in order to improve working conditions for our employees with hearing impairments, we since 2018 have been working on communication toolkits. There's a special startup that developed 2 applications in order to help our hearing impaired personnel communicate. There's around 100 employees who pay licenses for this app, plus phablet or tablet are used if there are more. This mobile app should be accessible 24/7. That is to say, off hours they can still access this application, because during work hours they communicate with clients, managers. Off hours they can use app to look into other issues vital for their lives.
So these are our employees with Down syndrome in Lviv and Kyiv. This is where they work. You can see them in the pictures. And they work in the bakery and other department, and there's also an employee that works in HR department working with documents. And we are very grateful for the recognition we received as part of the index, the assessment of our work, and it's such a pleasure that small, medium enterprises wish to move in the direction of ethical recruitment. Regarding conditions, Tatiana said that salary is not the main thing. There have to be additional conditions, programs, cases, projects. We are convinced that having this full set of things, you can provide them for your employees, the young in particular, and using this opportunity, we can share with you information about our project of young entrepreneur recruitment of the young after they graduate. That's the project. And this is very important. And I personally faced with the situation when I graduated, I didn't have any experience, and it was very hard for me to find a job. And Oshan provides this employment opportunities without experience after graduation. And we have success stories, practical cases where in 4 years' time, from a department manager, a graduate of a university grew to become a head of sector, an entire sector. And their team has more than 5 managers. Our future plans, what we want to do is to continue supporting, maintaining this level, improving recruitment conditions. We understand that everybody's developing and growing, and there are trends of improving the situation for our employees. And there is one more important thing to be sharing our experience, our cases, and to unite efforts. So that is why Oshan Company signed Business Without Barriers declaration, and we hope that this will help our businesses who maybe still have some their doubts, but this could be helpful for them to start taking their first steps towards ethical recruitment, better development, using those better practices from those who already do that. And this is what you can see on my last slide. That concludes my presentation. Maybe there are comments or questions. Unfortunately, I don't hear either the interpreters or presenters. Yes, Lata, we can hear you. Thank you very much for this comprehensive presentation of Oshan Retail Group experience. This is a great practical case, something to share. And to tell you the truth, when we were looking for speakers to invite to this panel, Oshan was that kind of company that immediately popped up in our head, because your case is a good example, a role model. And to build on your presentation, I'd like to ask a question about the perception of diversity policies in Oshan Retail Group by the consumers. So how do consumers, visitors of the supermarket, perceive that people with disabilities were providing service to them? Do you remember the reactions? Thank you for this question. I don't remember the first reaction because I've been working in the company for 5 years, and the policy of recruitment was introduced 10 years ago. But actually, it's through feedback from our clients and customers about the recruitment policies and recruitment of people with disabilities. We realized that this is our priority and our advantage, our image of a responsible employer. And because, well, Facebook posts with pictures and information about Oshan, and cashiers, for example, with a hearing impairment, with text saying, "Thank you very much. Thank you for hiring these people." This was the best type of feedback, suggesting that our consumers are ready for that, and they have a very good perception of that. So we have this policy, we communicate this policy, and it's publicly available on our website. We have our principles, fundamental principles of how we operate the equality policy that we have. We're lucky with it because the company, the paternal company, was established in France, and we inherited their principles. Thank you. Were there cases of lack of proper good perception? You were one of the first companies who showed that people with hearing impairments, for example, they can provide services to the consumers. And you know, the perceptions in our society is under certain taboo, and it's very important to be talking about that, to say that it is all right. So how did you communicate that, and were there any negative perceptions? Well, yes, we're here to talk about those things. Of course, there have been cases where clients did not take that well. For example, it might take a bit more time compared to other cashiers, and there were claims about that from the clients, but we are very happy to explain to our consumers that it's okay. We have different employees. There are tables, notes at those cash register about hearing impairments of cashiers, and we have a uniform with signs that looks like an ear, and recently we collected stories of our employees with hearing experience about their impairments, about their experience of working in a supermarket. That was in Lviv, so the employees were telling their stories about their career in a company and why it is important. And this word of mouth actually was used. The partners of association learned about that, and word of mouth works best. So the clients see that, they know about that, and if they get personal experience and see for themselves that this is completely normal, this is just a regular service. So the cashier providing service to you, a cashier with a hearing impairment, but everything goes smooth. So that kind of information, that kind of feedback is helpful for our progress in the future. Thank you. Thank you very much. When this policy of diversity was introduced, and I heard there was service, were there some service of the consumers of Auchan supermarket for us to understand the percentage, positive, negative, neutral attitude? Thank you for your question. I can't give you exact percentages at this point, but of course we had surveys because it's communication in all of our projects, and it's crucial for us to understand which of the projects lack communication or what our consumers would like to learn. And the most recent survey was conducted at the end of 2020, and the clients said that they do not have all the information about our corporate charity foundation. So just as an example that I can share with you, and that was very informative for us. And now in our annual corporate social responsibility report, will focus more on this charity foundation. I don't have much time left to ask a question, but there's a great question in the chat. It's very brief. Is the company ready to increase the number of employees with disabilities every year? And is there any limitation for the number of employees with disabilities? Thank you. This is a very logical question. It makes a lot of sense. Since we're a business with our business model, we have our staff and staffing pressing needs. As a rule, there's a need, there's a job vacancy, and we start looking for candidates. As I mentioned in the very beginning, we're not limited in terms of who applies, whether that's a person with disabilities or not. That depends on professional experience and the interview. Regarding expanding staff, of course, the company plans to do that, and as soon as we have new supermarkets opened, we will be very happy to welcome candidates. Today, it's very important for us to maintain this level of employees with disability, and now it's 6% of employees. Thank you very much. Very good answers. There are more questions in the chat, but we have to move on. Thank you very much for joining us online, for sharing practical cases with us. This was helpful for us to understand that large businesses and SMEs can introduce those practices, and this is great. And the public takes that well. And now we'll have the last part in this panel discussion. We'll have an inspirational story from leaders of public opinion, and we'll have Olha Rudneva. She's director of Foundation of Elena Pinchuk, and she's the host of YouTube Stories project, and we'll be talking about a good job for a woman. That's a very interesting topic of the presentation. I remember when I saw the topic, I was wondering what that might be. Greetings, everyone. Indeed, we will be talking about women, about recruitment, opportunities for women in Ukraine, and why they're not identical to what men have. I took this phrase, good job for a woman, from my life, from my childhood. I grew up in a very modern family. My parents kept telling me that I have to be earning a living, supporting myself, so I was growing up thinking that I would have a job and source of income. And my parents said it would be great if you became either a doctor or a teacher. And I thought that's because my father is a doctor and my mother is a teacher, a professor. And then I asked them one day, why a doctor or a professor? And said, that's a great job for a woman. What do you mean, Dad? Well, it's a good job for a woman because you'll be working half day and you'll still have time to take care of your family and to take care of the household chores. And furthermore, this is a kind of job where you'll be helping people. And I told him, I'm not that about working with people. I didn't know that I'll be working in charity at the time. I said, I don't enjoy helping people. But you're a woman. All women enjoy helping people. Parents and the public see us, women, as someone to serve others. We do the chores, and the COVID pandemic has actually emphasized that women who ended up staying at home, they had to take care of their children. There was more work around the house, and even when the men stayed at home too, the statistics suggested that women spent more time working around the house, and not just women, but daughters too. And the statistics showing that if there's a girl and a boy in the family, it's the girl that would be helping the mother around the house during COVID-19, even though a mom could be working just as much as the father. So I recall this phrase, a good job for a woman, and the situation still pertains. In 2017 in Ukraine, the order from the Ministry of Healthcare was revoked, the order that had over 400 professions that were prohibited for a woman. For example, the woman could not be driving a metro car. She couldn't, there's like working with different kinds of fish, red fish, white fish, and so on. So something was for a man and something for a woman. And people kept telling me that's not a very big problem. And another thing, women couldn't work in night shifts. But the thing is that we're working in night shifts. And the thing is that the situation was that when you were working in a night shift, you were breaking the law. And if something happens, that means that's because you violated something. So you cannot defend your rights. So it was not just stereotypes in family culture and so on. There were limitations and restrictions in legislation. So there were female professions and male professions. Even now, when this order from the Ministry of Healthcare was revoked, there's a number of stereotypes abundant in our hands. So something has to be done about that. And when I was planning this conversation, I thought, well, I'll be talking about things that everybody knows. So this is going to be a conversation with some conscious people, and I'll be talking about discrimination during recruitment interviews and salaries. So I opted for a different type of presentation. I was writing a column in Новое Время. And I raised a question there. How come we women agree to lower salaries? How come we women find certain questions okay? And so that was a column in this Новое Время magazine. And I have a friend. She has a husband who runs a very big company in Ukraine. I won't give you the name of the company. It's a secret. So he wrote a response to this column, this article, but it was anonymous. And I asked him, could I publicize it? And he said, yes, if you do not mention the name of the company. Actually, that was life-saving for him, because if I had mentioned the name, that would have dire consequences for him. And he answered about why women are paid less, why women are not hired, and why he, as a manager of a company, believes that women should be paid less. So I took quotes from his letter because it's something very typical. I heard those things for millions of times, and his letter was a combination of all of those stereotypes and cliches. His key point was that men work better, and that's because of nature. So Mother Nature did that. Mother Nature makes men better at work. They're more focused. From birth, they know how to focus and come to work at 9. So allegedly, they're better suited for work. And women are better suited for other things. There's a very interesting study by rating a group. 1,500 people participated between the ages of 18 and 64, and they're very interesting numbers. So you can look it up. It appeared before the 8th of March, and I was very surprised to see that only 45% of people in Ukraine believe that Ukrainian men have more opportunities. We've been talking about almost equal rights between men and women, but the opportunities are not equal. So rights and opportunities are two different concepts. But if we look at what average Ukrainian thinks, half of people believes that opportunities are almost equal. 43% say that opportunities are equal, and only 7% believe that women have more.
Interestingly, the older respondents are, the less inclined they are to accept this, so to speak, premise. Likewise, women. But at any rate, 50% of people do not see any difference between equal opportunities enjoyed by men and women, women and men. There was another response found. Women are beautiful, but they are moody. Today I'm growing a business. Tomorrow I get pregnant. This shows that a woman as a hormone-driven being. She goes to work, but she doesn't if she's having a cycle. Frequently, we also hear why people are not employed is they are planning a family. If a child is to kind of remain with a woman, 2/3 of the respondents agree that the man should be the principal breadwinner, single income earner, and female team quarrels are more frequent. The calling of a woman is to give birth to a child. Successful careers are for men. Well, and of course, women are made by design to raise kids. There are studies showing that oxytocin, the hormone produced by a female's body during gestation, but the same hormone can be produced by male if they stay with kids. Well, if the bond is, well, that's something proven by, as they say, British researchers. Finally, the Parliament of Ukraine passed a law allowing men to also claim maternity leaves or childcare leaves. And next slide, will you please switch to it? Another thing, yeah, you have to switch to that slide because I am a lady and my power of recall is weak. Men deserve greater pay and more serious treatment by their gender, so to speak, definition. Men tend to be more stable because they don't give birth, and that's why they have to get more in terms of pay. One of Ukraine's major companies supported this idea. Yes, we know about Ukraine's pay gap, about 20% it is, but it's not a unique Ukrainian issue. Almost everywhere in the world, women are underpaid for doing the same job with men. Once a friend of mine, a lady, wanted a pay rise, and the business owner said, "Why do you need that pay rise? Your husband doesn't bring enough." I told her, "Look, wait a sec. You go to work to get paid, not to get a bonus." So she revised her stance, made another call, and got this pay rise, 20%, by the way, because she said it doesn't matter how much my husband brings home. I want to get as much as a man for doing the same job. It was KPMG's research, fairly recent, indicate that almost half of Ukrainian companies espouse transparent approach to labor remuneration. Only 20% and 9% never heard about that. Worldwide, only 47% of respondents confirmed that their companies act in a transparent manner. So Ukraine wants to state that it's more transparent than than the rest of the world. Maybe because Ukraine has never probed into this issue, and comparing worldwide and Ukrainian figures, you conclude, you are led to find that we just don't understand certain things. We would never research. There is no research done in Ukraine showing companies that fail to do salary audits. And another widespread premise. Women's mission is marriage and parenting. 64% of Ukrainians do believe that cooking and doing chores is for women. Only a third of respondents mentioned that this is something that can be tackled by both men and women. Only 3% were of the opinion that this responsibility can be imposed on men. You gather a lot of likes for your Facebook posts. I'm happy to know that, because my posts are sometimes controversial. I announced that I was vaccinated. 100 friends unfollowed me. I post something on women rights, another 100 followers are gone. But I'm happy to know that more than, now, what do we do with all this? Could you please bring up my next slide? And yes, we have to start from changing the attitude of women to themselves, to identifying issues. Worldwide, 92% women leaders say that they are very far from gender equality, whereas in Ukraine, 43% believe that women have to be supported. Or they say, you don't know what life is, you've never seen that. And what I tell them is that the fact you never encountered things like that does not mean that they do not exist. And if you think that you never encountered it, does not mean that you have not. Sometimes we fail to recognize discrimination. Many people do not say, well, you are asked if you are planning to take a maternity leave. Is that discrimination? During an interview, the guy asks an applicant if her husband knows where what she was doing. And she was applying for the chief physician of a large Lviv-based hospital. So we have to change our own attitude and dig deeper into the problem. Many say it's important for women to support each other. We have to promote mentorships, internal mentorships, and if you've achieved something, empower others for that same achievement. We have to share success stories made by women. Indeed, there are some jobs where opportunities for women are less broad than for men. Next slide. We have to get ready ourselves for competing for top positions, and we have to demand large paychecks. sometimes women who come to me, women applicants, ask for lower pays because, well, men have to support a family, and a single mother, no big deal. I just need some pocket money. Some two-thirds of respondents believe that men dominate in the area of salaries. Indeed, there are quite many women making more than men, but they don't disclose this fact, not to traumatize their men. But anyway, you see that 13% of respondents are open about their pay, and their marriage doesn't suffer. If within our project we show how women can translate their child care experience to work experience. Well, what have I been doing anything important? I was just staying home, taking care of the kid. But this means multifunctionality. This means learning to enjoy even little victories. But we teach them to say that teaching a kid to use a toilet is already a magical achievement. Often we ask about the stereotypes taught to daughters. You have to find a super husband making lots of money, or conversely, we tell them that we teach them to set by being successful at work. A lot of stories told at our homes tend to shape us without contribution of a family. It's hard to change anything. Well, time's running short. It's yeah, I would listen to you for another 20 minutes probably, but we are out of time. I'm sorry. Despite that, I will ask you a question sent via chat. Bullying and harassment. What if you are, so to speak, bullied by your ilk? Say, a girl would like to get a job not suited for women, as it popularly is. Two years ago when I met you first, I also had the same stereotypes that you mentioned today. 2 years ago, I wanted to interview you on things that were not related to gender equality. You changed my life. Yeah, we've been friends for 2 years now, and that is the first time that I'm telling you that. Actually, I am here because of you, or thanks to you. And you remember there were many people attending your conference, so in their behalf, let me thank you. But mentorship, how do you find one? Well, you have to look for one. Indeed, women, successful women, and it takes a lot to become successful in business. So some women believe that others should follow that learn that hard way, but the stereotype is fading. On the other hand, you can't just sit back and wait for Anna Ventura will come and tell you she's going to be your mentor. This won't happen. You have to look for people who can support you. Mentoring and support generally is something that doesn't strike you from the blue. If you are seeking a man's job, you have to find, for example, say the lady who is piloting a Boeing, and then she's on Instagram, she's sharing her experience. Look, she succeeded, I will succeed too. You have to send them letters. In 90% of cases, they will respond, maybe not immediately, but one day. So you have to seek their support. If you believe in yourself, but without support of others, it'll be more difficult. So look for examples, for cases, for women who can support you. You also mentioned something in your presentation concerning child care. You know that sometimes men are kind of bullied, harassed if they wish to draw their child care leave. What about women? Yes, there are some gender stereotypes, masculinity stereotypes. You know, a macho cannot just stroll alongside a brolly. Some fathers say they were frowned upon by others when they took perambulator to the playground. I always tell them, well, there's nothing sexier than a father with a brolly. In the States or in Switzerland, I would see those handsomest guys playing with their kids, and I was enchanted. We have to develop this role model over husband taking care, and another important thing, we have to let men do this. A friend of mine living in Switzerland know that she can just do shopping with me, dining out, without even placing a single call to ask what the kid is doing. A friend of mine living in Ukraine would call her husband every 30 minutes, believing firmly that without her input, the situation would get out of hand. So a lot depends on what we do. We have to stop overseeing our men. If the guy is in a top position managing a company, how come he can't manage household chores? So us women have to change things, ask for higher pay, help husbands look after kids, stop being asked indecent questions or discriminatory questions during job interviews. Stereotypes shared by women in respect of other women are probably even stronger than stereotypes espoused by men in respect of women.
Unfortunately, that is true. Thank you very much. I've been told that there's lots of gratitude in the chat. Thank you very much. On behalf of everyone, we have to move on. We'll be wrapping up our panel on ethical recruitment and decent pay. I would like to thank our speakers who made it to the studio. Thank you very much, Tatiana, Olga, Zlata. Hopefully you're still with us online. Thank you very much to joining us, but you had the opportunity, we had the opportunity to hear about your case. Let's move on, and our next panel is protection of environment, and here we will be discussing the full cycle of being environmentally friendly, not just green packaging. Green packaging is not the most important thing when it comes to the concept of protecting environment. It's also about the waste disposal, prevention of waste, and so on. So again, we'll have theory, practical case, and an inspirational story from our influencers. Our first speaker is Anastasia Martindenko. She'll share some theory with us. Anastasia is environmental lecturer and the founder of Zero Waste Society and Zero Waste Alliance. She'll be with us online. Hopefully she's with us by now. Anastasia, can you hear us? Yes. Can you hear me? I can hear you, and we can hear you. Hello. Hi. The floor is yours to share some theory with us. We're looking forward to a lot of information about this full cycle and protecting environment. What's that about for the businesses? Can I share my screen now? Yes. We'll start showing your presentation. If you need to change slides, our technical support will be doing that for you. Thank you. I added a few more slides to the presentation. I'd like to talk about environment, how businesses can help preserve environment, but let me introduce myself. I am head of Zero Waste Society NGO, member of the board of Zero Waste Alliance Ukraine, the member of Break Free from Plastic International Movement, member of Zero Waste Europe, and environmental trainer and zero waste trainer. For starters, in order to understand how to save environment, it's important to understand what environment is. Maybe that's a question that sounds too simple, but actually not everybody knows what environment is. Environment is all alive objects or not alive that exist on Earth or some part. And environment is capable of self-regulating without intervention from humans. And sometimes it happens specifically because humans do not intervene. And this is very important. So why do businesses should preserve environment? Why is it relevant now? First of all, this can help businesses to improve their images and to have clients and partners and increase their revenues. This can help cut down on expenditures in the future from resource expenditures, including this can give them opportunities to be leaders that take some courage to introduce changes, to be pioneers and trailblazers. This can help cut down on consumption of resources. This will also help improve the productivity of employees, improve their performance. All of those advantages, they create resilience of an organization. And this helps businesses exist in our unstable time. This is very important for an organization. It's not just about advantages or disadvantages or an option to be responsible or not. This is now a must-have for businesses to continue existing in our time. There's one important thing to mention here. And this is a very average picture because it's more complicated in reality. So government to introduce certain change at the national level. There's businesses that want revenues, and there's the public, civil society. But the thing is that the government cannot resolve all of those issues and challenges that it's faced with. There are too many challenges, and not only in Ukraine, in any country. There are problems with education, rights of women, as we've just heard, climate change, water pollution, lack of potable water, and so on. Thus, it's not just the government that has to do the right thing, what it was elected for. It's the businesses also that have to do the right thing to help resolve these problems for all of us to live in a safe environment. And we as people, as a community, as consumers, we have to exercise oversight over both businesses and government and help direct them. At times, businesses do not know how to proceed, how to properly introduce change. And this is not easy for businesses to find the right way and to make sure that it helps resolve problems. So that is why each of us has a role to play. Whether you are a member of the board of an organization or a rank-and-file employee, or maybe you're unemployed at the moment, maybe you work in the government, there's always a role to play, or sometimes several hats to wear. So let's go step by step through the 10 steps that businesses can take to preserve environment. First of all, I'd suggest analyzing all the processes inside the company. To be more specific, recently I was contacted by an Italian company. They make jerseys for footballs and other things for contact sports. And their question was, what do we do with this football jerseys? Can it be maybe redone, or anything could be done with it? In order to answer that question, we had to run our analysis to understand how to environmentalize this company and to decrease this environmental traces it's living. We had to analyze the entire chain, starting from how the fabric is manufactured, where the resources come from, under which conditions the employees work, how environmentally friendly the manufacturing is, how much water, electricity is consumed, pesticide pollution, irrigation impact, then the manufacturing itself, the conditions for the people that work in close vicinity. These are very important points to see companies' resilience and what could be changed in the to preserve environment and to preserve social, economic, and environmental value. Then transport, how are the goods transported? Maybe the packaging could be reduced. Then there are consumers, and how long-lasting the goods are. And at the stage of packaging and manufacturing, how much return of the goods into the system is anticipated, because we have to move to the economy of reuse, and if we want to continue living on this planet. And another very important stage is generation of waste. When the packaging is thrown away, or the goods of the company, it gets into environment or landfills, or maybe it goes for recycling if you're lucky enough, if it economically makes sense to recycle, and if there's infrastructure for that. Or it could be incinerated, which is even worse, because there is no safe way to incinerate waste. On the contrary, this could do more harm than good. So we run a comprehensive analysis. We can look at the very end of the process. Let's say that football jersey, and what do we do with that? Incinerate, recycle, and look for other options. But if we really want to see how the company impacts the environment, we need to check the entire chain and then decide what can be done. Secondly, what I recommend, decrease the use of resources. So we conduct our analysis and we know how many resources we're using. That's still stage one. What these resources could be, that depends on the type of business you're running. This could be oil, gas, mineral resources. This could be timber, metals, maybe the land that you're using. This could be water resources, energy that you're consuming. So you have to analyze your resources and to find where you can decrease the use of resources, or at least use them in a more eco-friendly way that is necessary for the functioning of your manufacturing facilities, your offices. Many of us are working remotely now. Well, in particularly, that's what I'm doing. I'm joining you online, but nonetheless, we still use certain resources. So we have to analyze those processes and then cut down on the use of resources. The decrease of waste. In the context of preserving the environment, what's most often heard from people is I'm sorting waste. That's very important. Separating waste and recycling is also important, but first and foremost, you have to be aware of where the waste comes from. And in line with hierarchy of waste disposal, you have to prevent the generation of waste. And actually, there are ways to find alternatives to generation of waste, to wasting resources and reusing, and we'll get to that briefly. So it's not about separating, sorting, and reusing, but rather about decreasing the very generation of waste. Next, analyzing the CO2 emissions. This could be part of the first analysis that I mentioned, but I put it as a standalone analysis because climate change is a very relevant challenge. It's a major issue, so that is why it's crucial to analyze at which stages of your production manufacturing chain the CO2 emerges, because if it's just a coffee shop that you're running, the coffee shop industry affects climate change, and there is something that you can do to decrease CO2 levels and help all of us overcome the climate change and better adapt to it. Potable water. So you see, this is slide 5, but I'm not yet talking about the waste separation bins in the office because it's not the highest priority. We're about preserving environment. Potable water is very important in offices and manufacturing. Last week I was contacted by a company, and they are using 40,000 plastic bottles of water disposable, and the solution there is not to put a waste separation bin, because this oil used for the production of those plastic bottles, it's transported, and the remains of it, they end up on the seashore. There's pollution of water, air because of it, and separating waste is not a solution, but this is about shifting the responsibility on recycling. So you have to avoid that the best you can. What you can do is to put machines with potable water for your employees or guests. You can buy specific reusable bottles or cups. Times in the contactless machine, you don't have to touch it to have your cup or bottle filled with water. So these technologies exist, and you are more than welcome to use that. Disposable things have to be replaced with reusable. If it's an office, you can replace disposable cutlery and plates for the ones you can use more than once. Of course, you'll have to wash it. And also you can encourage your clients to get engaged in the process if they use reusable cups, some maybe incentives. You can organize, let's say, a library, organize where they can take the cups, or you can organize reusable packaging for lunches to order at work, reusable packaging for deliveries. So as much as you can, please replace what you use for something reusable. So this is something that we can do. This is something that was done in the past. It's something that we can use in the future. While assessing emissions, we have to look at the impact of the transport, the impact that it has on the environment. And there's a very interesting opportunity introducing bicycle culture for your businesses. What that means is not just organizing a bicycle parking lot for your business. It means teaching your employees, for example, ordering training from recycle organization, or raising awareness amongst your employees about driving a bicycle, organizing corporate parties, bicycle corporate parties. This helps improve the quality of air. This all is part of the environment that we live in. Green procurement. This is also a very important thing. This could mean a certification for the goods that you buy, but unfortunately, certification doesn't necessarily mean that the goods are sustainable, ethical, and so on. So as much as possible, you need to communicate with your suppliers and look for responsible options. Procuring less of the goods but with better quality, and explaining to your employees why you opted to go that way, and select ethical suppliers, packaging goods, and so on. This is something very important, what we see on the next slide. Sometimes businesses fail to give consideration to how many capabilities and power they have, because businesses have audience, there are supporters that are interested in this business. These could be people that aren't necessarily in close contact with the business, not clients, employees, or partners, but this is the audience that you can communicate something very important. For example, through your platform on social media or using your physical brick and mortar space, you can communicate how important it is to use a reusable cup, or why you took away the disposable drinking straws and replaced them with something else. Or you can describe some environmental problems and solutions to them on your accounts and social media. So this would be you using your platform platform for awareness raising. And also this goes for your employees, clients, partners. You can organize certain events. You can invite speakers, or maybe your employees might want to share their life hacks about decreasing the use of resources. You can organize some cleaning initiatives, or for example, you can get together to take care of the trees, not just planting trees, but you can think through the entire chain of measures that have to be taken to do something useful for the environment.
Step 10, as important, if you ask me, partnership. It is important to understand that alone we can't successfully deal with alone. Independently. Well, I can take small steps, important steps, every little helps, but when we join forces as individuals, as companies, organizations, we can aim for more and achieve more. Some goals call for unification. Certain platforms help achieve a goal faster. If we join forces with your colleagues, partners, international partners, for this matter, we can identify quality solutions capable of overcoming the challenges we face. Therefore, partnering is an important. A couple more slides and I'm done. Well, you can hear about zero waste economies is all about reducing environmental damage, but I'd say we should think about more use than less harm. That is to say, what can we do on top of reducing harm? We all share the same environment and we have to support it, all of us. Next slide, please. The most important thing, no figures. All we do not for the planet, for the environment. We do it for all of us, for ourselves. We all live on this planet and are aware of the impacts of linear economy, irresponsible production, irresponsible consumption. You can call it different names, but we now know the do's and don'ts, what need to be done to change, and it's a growth point for all of us, how we can do good to keep living on a planet safe for all. So it's not for the environment, it's for us. We want to keep environment clean to help us live in a safe environment. Thank you very much. Thank you, Anastasia, for sharing these 10 ideas about environment protection. I have a follow-on question. All those initiatives, what do we do if they are not, so to speak, set down in law? Changes, including government level changes, start with a demand. If there's grassroots pressure, if companies start pressurizing governments, it is easier to pursue change coming top down. Yes, laws take time to be adopted, not just in Ukraine, it's everywhere the world over. Well, some infrastructures are better suited for decision making, but it's a complex system that we built for ourselves and we depend on. So we have to learn how to identify solutions capable of producing results faster than others. Thank you. And time left for one more question. You can stop it. We'll try to do that. To catch up, there are questions about sources. Sources you can advise as an hacker expert. Well, a reading list of mine. Oh, yeah, sure. Personal experience is best expertise. I try to read all the important reports in a week. We are planning to publish a report on advantages of multiple packaging versus disposable packaging. So if you have language proficiency, read. There's a lot to read about circular economy. Eric McCarthy Station, lots of training courses. There's a lot of information out there in public domain. Well, I read research, however, make sure I know who funded it, because if research has been funded by a biased company, then you can challenge the findings. Thank you, and I hope our viewers could take note of what you said, buy a book or download it. Thank you, Anastasia, for having joined us online to provide some theoretical insights. We, however, have to move forward, and we have Alexei Afanasyev with his practical case ready to be shared, and Mr. Tovsky, the influencer of Ukraine without waste. So here is Alexei with his interesting presentation entitled Ways to Income. Well, it even rhymes in Ukrainian, so head of your recycling solution. I am strategy director of Recycling Solutions, and our mission is to help circular economy take root, so to speak. And today I'll tell you how environment-driven economies can help successful businesses. So circular economy, please next slide, is a new business model which is an antagonist of a linear economy, when you just use resource to produce something consumed and waste. Circular economy means that production waste is raw material for another type of production. The trend is getting stronger, over 10% a year, which is twice as fast as GDP growth. By 2025, the growth is predicted to hit $2.8 trillion. The world is taking this path. Say, Waste Management, a major U.S. company, has a capitalization comparable to Colgate-Palmolive. That is to say, these are big, major international companies that pick up the trend, which is just budding in Ukraine. Next slide, please. Waste. As soon as we're here, we associate it with household waste. However, 97% of all waste generated in Ukraine is industrial waste, by mass at least. In 2019, Ukraine generated 440 million tons of waste, and 97% of this waste was industrial waste, and that's what we focus on. We are a player on the industrial waste turf. The land 15 billion tons of industrial waste laying in dumps because there didn't exist a technology to process this. Now we have technologies that can help process this waste into something consumed by others. 36% of Ukrainian waste is recyclable. 150 million tons a year can be reused and recycled. So what recycling solutions is? Well, we are a company strategically management industrial waste, mining, coking plants, agriculture. We work with energy generating companies, metallurgy, and others. Speaking of the outcomes of our effort in the past year, we managed to reduce by 1.7 million cubic meters the amount of landfills. We export products made of recycled waste to many foreign destinations. We were started in 2013. Since that time, we've invested 15 million of own capital into both our projects, and we also invite partners. We also do borrowed financing projects. In other words, as soon as we've identified an attractive project, we analyze it and then decide whether we build it from scratch or seeing that there are some companies operating in Ukraine that could be helped, we help them. Last year, our business income was $40 million. There are 6 business areas. The first started in 2013 when we launched a company to process waste generated by fossil fuel plants. Microsphere is the tiniest fraction of waste possessing important characteristics, making it usable in a range of industries, including even space exploration. Later on, we looked into other types of waste generated by thermal plants. Now they're used either in construction or in some other industries. We export them to the Netherlands, to Argentina, United Arab Emirates, and other countries where they're used in, say, concrete, and many development in Kiev is done using Kowalski concrete. Next slide, please. Also, we also generate power and heat. We launched a project demonstrating potential use of coal methane. Our first plant of 1 megawatts is operational, and we are now completing design of 3 more plants with a total goal of 10 plants. Each of those plants can reduce by 10,000 tons the emissions. Well, metallurgical sludge, well, what is a byproduct, a waste, so to speak, of metallurgical production. It used to be dumped in landfills, but it can successfully be used for road construction. 1 million tons a year is how much we currently use in different construction projects around Ukraine. Next slide, please. Well, skip this. I've already covered that. Another project we are currently implementing is the one which is not related to heavy industry. No, it is Ukraine's first animal husbandry waste processing plant yielding proteins and animal fats. It is gonna be enterprise central for Busk, Lviv Oblast. We're launching it, we're commissioning it this coming May. We are just one shareholder, but contributing actively and investing our capital. Well, it's gonna be a big plant, and we're planning to build similar installations elsewhere in Ukraine, generating, by the way, important nutrients for animal husbandry as well. Do we invest in our own projects? The answer is in the negative. No, we invest either minority investors. We look into plastic processing industry and seeking partnerships that biodegradable plastic. And I'm aware of the time. Are there any barriers in the industry, on what are the opportunities? Barriers: lacking legislation, taxation. However, a major challenge is a shortage of well-designed projects. Well, there are some, but there is no expertise to support their implementation in Ukraine. However, if you have a well-thought technology, if you're working in a growing market, and diversify a resource base, this could be a very good project that you, well, have to, of course, properly build and implement, design and implement. Now, a couple of words about our criteria. For all of our investments, there are some applicable criteria. Of course, added value. Our IRR for standard project is 25%. Moreover, there are some other limitations from $2 to $30 million, and rate of return is 5 to 7 years. That is 5 years where we buy a stake, to up to 7 years if we start from scratch. Environmentally friendliness is another of our key criteria. Plus, we'd like to do projects interesting for international strategic investors. A crucial question: where do we get money? Well, there are a couple of options apart from equity of yours or your partner's equity, which has advantages and disadvantages because your partner may just walk out of the deal. There are some sources, Credit Bank, Kukar Gas Bank, that fund projects intended to improve the environmental situation. These can be different grants coming from NEFCO that do grants and borrowed up to 5 million for environmental responsible projects, in spite of the fact that that investment companies in Ukraine do not make their interest in environmental projects prominent. There is a community of investors, business angels, ready to invest. You just have to find them, understand who they are.
And to conclude, I'd like to share a few cases of looking for funding. If you have a recycling processing facility, most of the investment will be spent on equipment. If you are buying it from a key player, European companies are interested in providing you with third-party financing. So when we were building one of our plants, reusing the chemical industry goods, we were buying equipment from a Germany company, and we managed to agree upon a loan from a German bank. A German insurance company agreed to insure us, but we needed a security from the bank. We didn't have detailed project documents, so a Ukrainian bank refused, turned us down, so we didn't get that funding. We should have come to them at a later stage of project. But there's a successful case. When I mentioned one of the projects that I mentioned, the early stages of looking for supplier, we agreed that our equipment has to be lease equipment, and we had project documents. So when we selected the supplier, the 70% of equipment was received as a lease for 5 years, Caterpillar Cat Finance unit, and most of the equipment in that project was leased, and we managed to launch that project with much better indicators. So proper agreement in the very beginning with your suppliers could be helpful. That's all from me. Thank you. Thank you. Let's have a Q&A. I was sent a few questions. Well, I'll ask as many as I can. What do you think about business and regulatory environment for international investments for waste recycling in Ukraine? So are there investment projects in this area? Probably it's about solid household waste. Well, let me put it this way. These projects should not be any different from other investment projects. One way or another, any project should be thinking about creating added value. And if Ukrainian market allows to do that, there will be those investment projects. The difference between us and Europe is that we have completely different tariffs for the collection and transportation of that waste. And our tariffs do not make that business cost efficient in Ukraine. No matter how many investors come with the cheapest money, they are faced with the fact that the current tariffs won't let them have this business cost efficient. And raising tariffs is a problem because people are not ready. So that is why this is the current state of affairs, the status quo, and most probably this situation with recycling of solid household waste. This will remain the same. Regarding industry waste, you have to look at specific technology of recycling, and you have to look for diamonds in a pile of waste. Thank you. I only have time left for one question. how much would it cost to build a plastic recycling facility, and how cost efficient would that be? A short question, right? Well, actually, you can build a plastic recycling even in your garage, and you can spend a lot of money. And PET plastic bottles, what you need to do is to wash them clean, tear the stickers off, so separate different types of plastic, because if you mix them, it's not going to be high quality goods. So then it's recycled. So $100,000, $200,000. This is something that an enterprise could be worth processing those bottles. And then it's up to you. If you want to get a great product, expensive, then of course it will be millions of dollars. If you just want to try out the market for yourself, then it's $100,000 for a pilot project. Okay, I think that was very clear. That answered the question. Let's move on. Thank you very much. Thank you for sharing the practical case. And let me remind our audience that there will be a competition for the best question in the chat for Made in Ukraine. Guys, we're looking forward to your question. The speakers are waiting for them. We don't have much time for it, but we see all of the questions. We have the last speaker in this panel. This is Evgenia Ratovska, founder of No Waste Ukraine NGO. Thank you very much for joining us. Evgenia will be speaking about how garbage startups change consumer culture. Evgenia, tell us how. Thank you for your invitation. I really enjoy the spirit of our discussion. It's very practical, and the discussions has been about how collecting waste and recycling be turned into something profitable. And I'll be talking about behavior economy, how people get their client experience, client journey. But through our personal experience, actually, we felt that indeed that works. And my team and I, we believe in innovations, technologies, and choosing consumers. The moods of the consumers, they change. And we believe that this is a very favorable moment to enter markets as new players with new values, new products, new approaches to work. So next slide, and we'll start talking about you. So client experience received when clients buy waste treatment. This is what they get. It's very uncomfortable, inconvenient, and I don't think anyone wants to contact it. And when we pass by such garbage containers, we think that we have nothing to do with that, even though this is waste from an entire residential building, and we're just adding to this pile of waste. I think that people will not want to be in contact with that, and they'll start thinking what happens to the waste when they throw them in this garbage container outside their residential building. I was asking myself that question, and when I learned the truth, I realized I do not want to have that service provided to me. I do not want to be part of this meaningless business. So what do waste disposal businesses look like? Every dweller of a residential building, they have garbage containers where they throw their waste, and we use from childhood that's enough. You don't have to throw garbage away in the street or in the forest. If you put it in the container, then that's enough, and you're doing a great job. However, the thing is that a garbage truck takes it and brings it to a regular landfill, a part of an environment. It's not a landfill equipped with a specific layer that doesn't allow these compounds, this thing, to penetrate the soil. And the companies that are providing those services, they are not telling the truth about what they do. If every consumer knew that they're not ordering waste treatment service, but logistics services of transporting their waste into the environment, we would have completely different reactions from the consumers. We took a look at this situation and realized that garbage is a concept that doesn't have anything to do with what's exactly in the waste. Because if we look at our everyday waste, we'll see that there's something useful like paper, plastic, glass, metals. You just can't call of that waste. This is something valuable, and even garment industry waste, etc., has some useful materials that can be recycled, that can bring added value through such recycling and grow multiple times in price. But the question is, how do you make sure how those mixed up waste, how do you get it from the consumer? And we realized that we need to organize communication with our consumers to make consumers want to be a part of it, to use this service in a way as if it were let's say, a visit to a supermarket or a salon, beauty salon. So this is something from your everyday life, but where you bring in useful waste. And in order not to exclude people from the system of waste treatment, but rather make them a central part to this waste treatment area, because major landfills, they appear, this is where they born, is our apartments. This garbage bin in our apartment under the sink is what ends up at landfills outside the city. And we thought that our client experience can be not just about a person joining us, our environment, and seeing that there's no waste, there's just useful resources. A person can meet with those who think alike them, bring their kids to see that there's good communication in Ukrainian or even sometimes English. So these are not the people that, as a rule, are engaged in waste recycling or waste collection. These are our neighbors or someone who goes to the same university as you. So we wanted to make those spaces closer to people, to make sure there is certain trust to what we do. And the thing is, many people do require such client experience. This is as just important for them as help in the army or helping homeless animals. This is part of their personal activism efforts. When they cannot be a team of Ukraine without garbage team, but when they come to our spaces to separate waste, they could be a driving force behind what Ukraine without waste is doing. Young parents especially like that. They are aware now that they cannot lie to their children saying that it's enough to throw waste in a garbage container. Children receive more information in schools about separating waste, about plastic turning into microplastic. They keep asking their parents questions about why we're not separating waste. And there's immense demand from parents about where to bring their kids to show the separation of waste. And go into the waste acceptance, or empty glass acceptance, where there are sometimes people drunk or dirty is not an option for them. That has to be a place clean and safe for children. So that is why these kind of consumers have demand for such kind of spaces. The question is, where is the money in all of this? This is the most complicated question. No matter how willing you are to save the world, you have obligations. You need to pay your rent, taxes, utilities. A year ago, our organizations paid around 4 million hryvnias worth of salaries and taxes. So we became a full-fledged taxpayer. We operate in social area that is sometimes seen by people as volunteering, but we want to turn that into a social business. So our objective in this project was not just to collect the waste, the byproducts, but also to start doing something that would generate revenues to cover our expenditures, to subsidize non-profitable projects and to develop. And this is a social shop where we produce goods where people buy them, and this helps us develop. This is something that we started doing recently, some baby steps in recycling plastic, and we have equipment to make benches, other street furniture, and we turn the plastic that we collect into something valuable. So we create this added value when we sell what we make out of plastic. And now some good news. And it's actually very promising too. This year, plastic tax was introduced in Europe. Different countries introduced their different rules about how they're going to comply with this obligation. And presently, it's more about the most developed countries of EU. Not all of the countries joined, but this is the sign that the cost of the recycled plastic is going to go on the rise, and all of the plastic recycling projects will become more cost efficient, because even now the non-recyclable plastics or that was not collected by producers, if a country doesn't collect a certain amount of plastic and doesn't send it to recycling, the country has to pay a tax. That is 80 euro cents per kilogram. So you can imagine that there's a market in Europe even now that creates products that cost 800 euros per ton. And the companies are ready to invest money in technologies that would provide either the recycling of the plastic, or they are ready to buy the recycled plastics to add them to their products to produce packaging with 30% of recycled plastic contained in it. So we think that the recycled products share will go on the rise, and our partners keep telling us that when they send recycled plastic, some of the buyers ask for a video report that this plastic came from recycling, and this factor specifically helps make sure that that plastic costs more, because there is an emerging market in Europe. I'm not quite sure it's going to appear in Ukraine, but having that in Europe, close to our borders, could be very helpful. So this is what the plastic looks like. And the key objective is to properly collect this high-quality plastic and turning them into high-quality granules. And it's a major issue given that in Ukraine we don't have this proper culture of separating waste, when there's no culture of collecting high-quality recycled plastic, when there are landfills with separating equipment, attempting to separate and sort out the dirty plastic. This is not a solution that EU needs, and EU hasn't been collecting this for quite some time, because PET bottles. Recycling requires much effort and use of equipment. So all of these factors, I believe, will help expand the development of startups in this area. So my advice for everyone is to keep up the good work and look for opportunities to diversify your operations. A very good point was made that you have to be looking out for investment where you'd be using those investments. Just make sure to pay closer attention to them and please follow us.
Thank you very much for those heads ups. And it's important that we talk practical things. Waste, startups, money processing. Evgenia, unfortunately, there's only time for one question left. I would gladly ask you at least three. Now, do you think that there are some smaller communities who are, well, there are some smaller communities who are interested in waste treatment projects? What you'd advise them? Well, first piece of advice is promote social dialogue, do micro projects, and say waste separation, ask people how they would comfortably separate. When people get answers to their questions, when there are no stereotypes with regard to waste collection left, when they are supporters of the problem, it's going to be much easier. Second, waste separation infrastructure is essential. Without proper lines, you can't succeed. It's important to see to it that organic waste is never mixed up with industrial waste. So investment in waste processing equipment, separate belt line, and of course companies willing to buy this recyclable waste from you. Some prefer to buy small bulk, others wait for something more, and it's important that you treat it as a strategy. You are going to reduce the cost of in the longer term. You cover your operational cost by selling recycling ready waste. Education and awareness raising. Where do you get this information? I mean, we live in Ukraine. I, for one, like Teachers for Democracy program. They are sustainable development classes in existence for probably 5 or 6 years now. Supported by the Swedish government. You can Google that. Zero Waste School, supported by Brothers Klitschko's fund. Great course, supported by brilliant infographics targeting school-age children. Well, thank you very much, colleagues, for this panel. Alexei, thank you too. Thank you, Anastasia. And by the way, Alexei, this is probably the first time that people learned about your company, about your social change vision. And of course, Evgenia, thank you for sharing how you can bring about change here and now. In a sec, we'll go to our next panel, but before that, I would like to say BTUA, Громадська, Час Перший, and Обозреватель, our media partners. There's no stopping us. Our next panel is dedicated to supply chain transparency, something which is not covered every now and then, especially in respect of SMEs. But this is very important for building their good name. We have great speakers joining this panel. Andriy Slabinsky, SME Development Office of the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade. His presentation is on mechanisms supporting supply chain transparency. Why is it important? Do we have Andriy? Hi, Andriy. Hi, Ivana. The floor is yours. I am ready to take it. Will you please help me share my slides, my presentation? Well, probably my screen has frozen. Can you see it? Andriy, your presentation is now available on display. So we are asking you to tell us why transparency of supply chains is important, and in the meantime, we will certainly upload your presentation. Thank you very much. I welcome the opportunity to focus on this question which is not visited so often. Polls done with Ukrainian entrepreneurs show that human rights and environmental protection are still within the comfort zone of businesses, but contractors, suppliers, or counterparts who help produce or provide service, it is very difficult to give the same clear answer. I think that we are at a very initial stage of building this corporate culture in Ukraine. The strand is clear because Ukrainian businesses are typically quite overregulated, so to comply with the legal requirements is what is expected. If you are expected to do something going beyond the legal requirements, such as legal recruitment, compliance with hygienic regulations, typically you don't have enough resources or energy. What we, however, say is that there are some standards and practices that are as important to improve competitiveness and market penetration, but they depend on the, well, voluntary choice of companies, whether they like to do that or not. This is by way of introduction, and once again, let me ask you if my presentation is already shared. Yes, Andrei, your presentation is on screen. I can see it, so I'll be, well, I'll ask you to bring up my second slide. Will you please give us slide numbers? Slide number 2, slide 2. So this is the starting point for the entire logic of my presentation. Today, I would like to I'll share what I think are issues related to traceability of supply chain transparency, compliance, that are, of course, subject to variation depending on the sector a company is working in, and, of course, the risks. Next slide, please. I could refer you to certain guidelines, recommendations, ones published by OECD, the organization famed to be one of the better-known methodologists of guidelines targeting governments and company management, helping them incorporate these guidelines in their business models. We will use two guidelines, such as guidelines for agricultural produce supplies responsible, and textile and shoe industry. So what do we have to know about responsible supply chain as related to agricultural production? Well, it means that all chains, operators contributing to particular production, that is production proper, sorting, packaging, and distribution, all enterprises that are part of this chain are subjects of those guidelines. That is to say, individual farmer and shop selling to end consumers are subject to those guidelines in the same manner. Something I already started talking about. Analyzing every stage of production and distribution of your products, you have to be aware of the cutting through risks. Human rights, labor rights, health, food safety and security, etc. Plus, there are some specific risks attendant upon particular areas. For instance, if you buy from someone who misappropriated someone else's property, this may affect your business and your good name. International experience shows that something that might seem like a minor problem affecting only cocoa beans plantation may have some important ramifications and repercussions. These guidelines also contain explanations as how to you manage your risks, your corporate risks, what you have to heed, and I would highlight two stages. The story here begins with a top-level approval of your approaches. Well, depending on your ownership structure, of course, that's where that story of transparency takes its origins. It should be clear for you, for your business partners, and for consumers, because a mere declaration posted somewhere on a social network is nothing. By sharing this information, you should understand you are assuming responsibility as a producer, as the entrepreneur, as a company. Now, against this backdrop, the supply chain transparency as related to food processing, there's another, if indirectly related question, traceability. Well, two terms may seem to be synonyms, but in fact, what it means is that any food operator should be able to trace one step back and forward their product in order to be able to control risks related to foodstuffs. That is to say, if something goes wrong, someone is, say, poisoned, you should be able to quickly identify the stage at which an issue may have arisen in order to be able to expeditiously, well, recall your product, a batch, in order to prevent further damage. So traceability or trackability applies to all foodstuffs, whether animal or plant-based. Why I am highlighting this is because there's an opportunity to have a very good mix of compliance and, on the other hand, building a broader story, getting aware how your suppliers comply with the environmental legislation provisions, etc. Well, in this particular case, something else I would recommend to pay attention to, well, external traceability is what you have to secure. That is to say, know your supplier and your buyer, not end consumer necessarily. If you are somewhere the downstream. If, however, you are not along this chain, this will depend on your willingness to manage relevant risks. Internal traceability is a component, part and parcel of voluntary standards such as ISO 22000. Next slide, please. Fine, I say traceability. What tools do I use? Well, the law is, well, silent about how you should proceed, so you can introduce paper-based control mechanisms. as long as they allow you to quickly identify where do you get your product and who you sold it to. And second, that depends on whether you are ready to introduce some of the more innovative solutions, including blockchain-based. There are success stories around. A word of caution: whether you maintain records in your notepad or Excel or blockchain, that's one common risk. Everything depends on your input data quality that you use for your record keeping.
So to wrap up my presentation about supply chains, this is something that you can do. You can incorporate the willingness to comply with legislation, and you can proceed spreading the sustainable development models amongst your consumers. The next slide. One more example and the result of OECD work is methodology guidance on providing measures of due diligence for responsible management of consumer chains in garment industry. And any country, first and foremost, it's about the low qualified labor force with a large percentage of women working there, engaging people who work in those enterprises. And the approach here is based on the need to understand the cross-cutting risks and the industry-specific risks. And also the understanding that the recommendations in such guidances, they are not binding, and they are no replacement for legislation. Amongst similarities and approaches to implementing such recommendations and the element of transparency is the issue of the need to inform about your company's policy in order for employees, contractors, and consumers of the goods so that they could read it. You can do it in a variety of ways. You can post it on social media, on your web page. The only thing that it has to be sustainable, stable. One more requirement. It cannot be done just to tick the box. It doesn't work. It's only if you want your business model and your approach to differ from other players in the market, then it makes sense to invest resources, efforts, and your energy into that. You can see examples of the information that is in line with this methodology guidance is recommended to be collected, and control as to the status of the items on the shelf in the shop. And you can see a large number of issues, starting with which brands the company work with, where the company sells, where do they come from, in which countries these goods are produced. And you have to understand the risks of infringements on the rights of employees in specific countries, and therefore there have to be measures to minimize those infringements. And this is also oversight and the list of your contractors, suppliers, because this area has a large number of subcontractors, this garment and shoes industry, and you have to make sure that you at least know who they are, what they do, and whether they comply with minimum recommendations presented in this document. And final slide, recapping everything I've been talking about. To tell you the truth, even though recommendations summarize a large amount of information, requirements, international treaties, agreements, legislative provisions, standards, it's not just taking it and doing it. For a regular person or an entrepreneur, this will be quite an endeavor. But what they would be helpful for is understanding that variety of risks that you have to be aware of and that you have to give consideration to. And at the end of the day, you need this because this is a tool to develop your consumers' trust to you and your business. It's not just about you, your legal entity. It's those that you work with, and bad reputation of your partner means bad reputation for you. This works this way in other areas. Especially when there are loans, and if a bank sees that your supplier has a bad reputation, this will be grounds to turn you down, even though it's your loan, not theirs. So the verified suppliers that share your values is a guarantee of your business success. Because under these conditions, if you are in a dire condition, for example, then you can rely on support from such partners. You can expect their understanding. So why do you have to do that? If you plan to grow, develop, expand the market, and enter in international markets, you have to understand that these issues are very important at the international level. So if you want your company, your production to become part of a global supply chain or the creation of added value, you have to prepare yourself now. Thank you, Andriy. Thank you. And this will help you through crisis times. Thank you, Andriy, for a very comprehensive presentation. It was very interesting to our audience, judging by the questions, and I have a few questions for you. First of all, how much would it cost for a company, a percentage from turnover, additional costs, or is that more about saving in long term? Well, I'd say it's not so much about investment. It's expenditures. It's investment for the reason that I mentioned, the future of your business, and monetizing them is hard because it depends on what sector and what size of company we're talking about, how many employees you have, whether you have qualified staff responsible for supplying, whether you can delegate the development and implementation, integration of the recommendations, because it's only you as the owner of the business. Let's be frank, it will be very hard for you to do that, or very close to impossible. But this is a marathon. You don't do that overnight. You have to do it step by step through analyzing risks. Then you'll be able to integrate it into your operations and share this information with the team. And it's actually an added value to the team, because there's these values in the company, in the business. Thank you very much, Andriy. Thank you for your presentation. And let's move on. We have next speaker. Here with us, we have Ms. Claudia Shevelyuk, Sustainable Development Consultant, coordinator of biomimicry competition, and change agency responsible future founder. I would like to talk to you about biomimicry because I think this is a very interesting topic, but the topic of our discussion nonetheless is transparency of supply chains in the context of Ukraine in particular. And you're ready to share practical cases, as far as I understand, of providing this transparency of supply chains by Ukrainian company. Over to you. Thank you, Anna, for the introductory words. I would like to congratulate the organizers on such an event. I have a few slides on biomimicry, and we'll make sure to discuss that. And now, building on what Andrei was talking about, I would like to briefly discuss trust. We all live in the era of pandemic, of uncertainty, crisis of confidence from consumers to brands. Edelman Company for 21 years now has been measuring the level of confidence from various stakeholders in over 20 markets, trust to various institutions, businesses, government, civil society, and mass media. And if we take a look at the data from last year when the pandemic crisis began, Edelman Trust Barometer presented in May a year ago presented a study that they conducted right after the onset of the pandemic, and they managed to find out that the pandemic caused a crisis of trust and crisis of lack of understanding from stakeholders whom to trust. However, if you measure trust through the lens of ethics, the stakeholders trusted government most. This crisis of trust, and it's referred to as declaring information bankruptcy. This is an era or year of total lack of trust to various information institutions. And you can actually see here who's more trusted by various stakeholders. And number one is business, number two NGOs, number three is government, and media is fourth, only fourth. So this is a period of total distrust in all of the media resources, unfortunately. And if we're to measure trust through the lens of competency and ethics, presently we see this triangle of interaction between businesses, government, the public, and media, somewhere in the middle there. But businesses turn out to be more competent and ethical, unlike the public sector, the civil society, the public, and the government. So what the pandemic did, it brought about this uncertainty, and it emphasized the social and personal insecurities, like, for example, loss of employment or fear of contracting COVID-19, or even such fears, climate-related fears. And there are three conclusions from Edelman Trust Barometer that have to be given consideration to while strategizing, planning for the future. First of all, the pandemic has caused fears. Fear to lose a job. Secondly, inequality became more distinct. And third, there's a need to address fundamental issues: healthcare, education, climate change, handling poverty, fake news. So that is why we're talking about information bankruptcy, and of course racism and discrimination. There is a solution. You can see it on the slide. This is UN Sustainable Development Goals Agenda. One of the key documents for the existence and development of mankind on this planet. It has 17 SDGs that you discussed in the beginning of this conference. And how should the approaches and strategic work be seen through the lens of the 17 SDGs? As you can see on the screen, this is a Stockholm Model, which is jokingly called a wedding cake because it breaks the 17 SDGs into 3 layers: biosphere, society, and economy. And it's easier for us to see at which level the effort is required with which SDG. The gist of this model is partnership for sustainable development. That's SDG 17. And all of the SDGs are interconnected through this model. They have either a direct or indirect impact on one another. However, if, let's say, you see that you focus more on certain priority economic or social issues or goals and overlook biosphere, then please make sure to remember that it's important to be present in all 3 levels, and there has to be interest. So biosphere, society, economy, and partnership for the sustainable development goals, the very core, the gist. And in this picture, you can see Jakob Torvik, Swedish inventor and designer. He was contacted by UN before 2015, before there was a Sustainable Development Agenda. They brought him a pile of legal documents and said, Jakob, if you fail to reach out to every person in the world, then this means we lost war with poverty, with hunger, with conflict. So please, make sure that these sophisticated goals and objectives become clear to everyone. And these rectangles that we see in 17 SDGs, this is Jakob's way of showing how easy it is to show what's most important today. And you can see that each SDG, each of SDGs has objectives, 169 objectives, and Jakob came up with this periodic table, not Mendeleev's periodic table, but the table of change that helps us understand how to attain those goals through working with national or global level objectives. At the national level, we have 17 SDGs that were confirmed by a presidential decree of September 30, 2019, and 86 of the national objectives and 172 indicators, unlike the global level. And each of those objectives, they are reflected and appear in a very important document that's called a National Report on SDGs. And as of last year, the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade, in their cooperation with the UN, managed to analyze the progress that Ukraine achieved in SDGs. And the most unattainable goals, they are biosphere category. That's SDG 13, climate change, SDG 14 and 15, preserving ecosystems on land and at sea. I think this is very bad because in Ukraine we overlook whom we have to thank for our development. It's the ecosystem, because for free of charge every day we get something from the environment that we live in. So if you disregard the environmental SDGs, that means you have to revisit your development strategy. And there's a study of 2017 by it's called Business Better World Report by UN, and it suggests that if you work with SDGs on a strategic level, then the potential of working with SDGs amounts to 12 trillion of US dollars that will revolve around 4 key areas that you can see on the screen. That is food industry, agriculture, that's city development, energy, raw materials, health and well-being. And if we dig deeper, we can see 60 most promising areas on the markets that will be or are already connected with the development of SDGs. And for example, if it's healthcare, this is mandatory telemedicine, telehealth care. This is something that we can see very relevant in the times of pandemic. So city and town development, this is the reusable recycling in economy and proper treatment of waste, and not only in the context of water, but other ecosystems that we consume.
Next slide, please. Let's touch on practice if a bit, something I was about to discuss. Which products are sustainable? We've somehow gotten used to understanding that sustainable means 3 levels: environment, social, and economic. Next slide. It's important to understand that, well, this snapshot was taken at last year's World Economic Forum at Davos, when business leaders and government leaders agreed on their manifesto, on a statement targeting entire world, saying it's important to take on board opinions of all stakeholders, so no one is left behind. That's basically UN key messages in sustainable development. So businesses and governments rallied around this slogan here. So working with sustainable development, about strategizing and development of sustainable products, it's paramount to understand that whenever involving stakeholders, you have to understand which levels they belong in. So you have stakeholders represented at every level: environment, society, and economy. In this case only, you can say that your dialogue with stakeholders is also sustainable. Next slide, please. Speaking of products, brands, goods, your international partners are looking at. Back in 2019, McKinsey and Co did research with the Fashion Chamber of Italy. They polled 90 purveyors working in 25 countries in the world, buying in excess of 50 billion euros. So what they found was that at least 23% of goods pervade are sustainable products. 20% of buyers actually crossed out products that do not meet the sustainable development criteria. In other words, if you wanna be present in international markets, you should be ready to being expelled unless you have enough sustainable products in your portfolio. So what kind of products can this be? In US, there's Loop platform, still recognized in Ukraine but not present in our country. This platform, well, unites competition such as P&G, Unilever, Henkel and Mueller. They've all come together not only to support responsible production and consumption, but also reduce supply chains, something Andrei also mentioned, in order to reduce carbon footprint. These products are ordered online and delivered in an environmentally friendly manner by bike, for instance. So you only pay for, and you can return the packaging, paying in effect only by their contents. Say Tommy Hilfiger called a competition to produce fashion for persons with disabilities. Tommy Adaptive. The award was not that big, 10,000 euros, but in return they got a lot. This is the Velcro fasteners that are very convenient for persons with disabilities. In addition, they also engage communities and those who generate the biggest demand for this type of product, so that no one is left behind. Next, innovative products and services. H&M joined forces with, well, IKEA. IKEA production generates a lot of, well, sawdust. H&M developed three-toe textile that could be used by households. Currently, IKEA is using it to produce its furniture, clothing, and other things. Eco leather, environmentally friendly leather, something you have to be quite cautious about, because typically consumers are deceived and peanut tax. Oh well, ananas and nam. Patented biodegradable environmental leather using pineapple green, a very good demonstration of circular economy. Pineapple green is not consumed by people. Instead, it can be used to produce elastic leather that can then be used to make furniture or footwear. Quint is another brand that uses banana peelings to produce, well, bags and other things. This is another example showing synergy between stakeholders coming from businesses and civil society, solid waste reduction to protect the land and sea. Nordstrom, the clothing retailer, well, they own many brands, have partnered with TerraCycle in order to collect all packaging used in cosmetics and return it to the circular economy, well, to close the cycle, as it were. Next slide, Anna. You asked me to give you a couple of examples of biomimicry. What is it first? It's a strategy of watching how Mother Nature has resolved certain challenges that humankind is facing today. Ecovative Design is a company that found out that fungal mycelium can be used not only to produce the so-called microflax found in clothing and footwear, environmentally safe and biodegradable, but also packaging. Not only can you grow this type of packaging, but also add some of the organic waste while producing environmentally safe packaging. I know that Ukraine has some success stories. Next slide related to biomimicry. Thank you. Another example of is the shark skin. A U.S. university professor, name slipped my memory, I'm sorry, has found that shark skin is so smooth that it does not gather dirt or even bacteria. Now you have a company that produces not only medical equipment but also yoga mats, for instance, that have comparable qualities. Today, I'm happy to tell you about UNDP challenge, Biomimicry Global Design Challenge. So if you are interested in innovative design solutions, you can join this online course and join the remaining 2 webinars offered by UNDP on Fridays in order to learn about biomimicry inventions and their possible potential uses. This slide shows you winners in last year's biomimicry challenge. Deva Home, a company producing textiles out of cannabis plants. It imitates fur, so you can use biodegradable cannabis-based fur, very similar to its characteristics to natural fur. Ecopod Design, Ecopod Dominant. Another winner is Boris Vasilkievsky, who proposed that buildings are plated with, well, coated with special plates, reducing urban pressure, rainwater cleans the plates without additional, so to speak, cost. Next slide. It's a very short case from our agency's client responsible future. This is Sleeper, a company producing home textiles, daily wear, working with a number of different platforms I mentioned in my today's presentation. For 6 years running now, this company has been distributing high-quality products to facilitate their cooperation with the national platform. They covered a lot of ground, from linear to circular economy. When we only started our cooperation with Sleeper, next slide, please, they looked at the entire supply chain and singled out, well, I know some companies use more circles to see where their supply chains are susceptible of being reduced, where the impact is direct and versus indirect. So by looking at all such circles within your supply chain, you can see how you can integrate SDGs that the company believes is a priority for them. So currently the company have the sustainable business conduct, consumer empowerment. They maintain dialogue with their partners, not only in respect of the sustainable development goals, but also educating their partners on better ways to achieve SDGs. Next slide, thank you. Shows you the priority SDGs selected by the company. They've declared by 2030 they're gonna be working only with biodegradable fabric. Under SDG 12, they will reduce impact on environment by being climate neutrality. They will have created in excess of 100 work jobs that are fair and equal in Ukraine, working hand in hand with their responsible suppliers and consumers. Next slide, please. As a bonus for the company, we can mention that they are present not only on the better known Net-a-Porter platform to be like Sleeper, and I encourage you to look at it at your convenience, but also remember that international partners are interested in local production and community involvement in certification, biodegradability, vegan friendly and animal friendly. In order to build trust of your consumers, you have to publish the strategies and policies on your website. So Responsible Future Change Agency is partnering with the Estonian Sustiner and are ready to help companies develop strategies and policies of sustainable development, reduce carbon footprint, and generally embark on sustainable development pathway. Thank you for a very informative presentation. Very little time left for us to ask you a very important question. How we join biomimicry? Well, Google UNDP site on Facebook. Search for the relevant matter that should carry this biomimicry hashtag and register for the forthcoming webinar coming this Friday. Everything you can find on UNDP's Facebook site in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. We have Vietnam on the line. This is my colleague from IOM Vietnam, Ms. Anastasia Martindenko. She works in corporate responsibility in eradicating slavery and human trafficking initiative, and its purpose is to provide for better transparency and efficiency in supply chains. Good afternoon, Anna. Can you hear me? Yes, we can hear you well, loud and clear. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Good afternoon, dear partners. So many good ideas, recommendations. I'd like to say hi to my colleagues from IOM, to donors, because this is a very important event for ethics in business and compliance with human rights standards. I'm very happy to share IOM experience in Southeast Asia and supporting business in ethical performance in particular with focus on prevention of forced labor and human trafficking of vulnerable workers in international supply chains. The latest estimates of 2017 show that 25 million people were in a situation of forced labor. It is believed that exploitation of employees in private sector annually brings 150 billion illegal profits annually. Every fourth victim is in the category of international trade migrants, even though they are less than 5% of the labor force. Migrant workers are among those most disproportionately affected. And the vulnerability of migrants, despite their resilience, is increased through the combination of various forms of discrimination and gaps in regulatory framework that regulates recruitment, labor migration, and so on. This is not a new issue, but in recent years, public attention focused on exploitation of migrant workers in global supply chains, in particular women, IDPs, refugees in global supply chains. So what do we mean when we say exploitation? This is the use of threat, deception, collecting charges for hiring and excessive working hours, non-payment of wages, restriction of movements. These conditions have been linked to consumer products such as electronics, apparel and footwear, agricultural goods, and service industry, including hospitality, healthcare, construction, and transportation. All of those vulnerabilities have been exacerbated by COVID-19, loss of income, lack of access to healthcare, precarious migration status due to border closures, or inability to return home. Indeed, affected migrant workers disproportionately. Sustainable Development Agenda that I heard was mentioned by previous speakers, and UI Guiding Principles on Business and Human Rights have set the goals and responsibilities for public and private sector stakeholders. UN guiding principles for the first time specifically recognize the business responsibility to, first of all, to respect human rights, and secondly, to remedy adverse impacts caused by direct and indirect business operations, and also to provide remedies, legal remedies for the victims. UN guiding principles on business and human rights also improve business cases for responsibility. The risks of not doing it include commercial risks, decreasing of the risks in clients, risk of exposure of information, which is crucial for stock prices, refusal or worse terms from lenders, also lawsuits and potential sanctions. As an example, it's very relevant now, given the pandemic. It's the withhold release orders imposed by the U.S. Customs and Border Patrol. That's for the medical gloves. On the other hand, more and more studies show that migrant workers that feel safe and are respected, they are more productive overall and less likely to leave their job. So through taking proactive steps to ensure migrant workers are protected, can result in increased productivity and lower turnover. Amongst other advantages of responsible business is the increase of interest from investors, and Andrei was talking about that, access to new markets and new business relations and new business partnerships with also companies as responsible. As head of UN Mission to Ukraine has mentioned, IOM Mission, doing business responsibly is no longer an option. It is indeed the sustainable future. The International Organization for Migration works with a variety of stakeholders towards safe, regular, and orderly migration and inclusive development for the benefit of all. An important partner in achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and then UNGPs is the business. And in this respect, corporate responsibility in eliminating slavery and trafficking, CREST, an acronym, I'll be using this acronym today, is an IOM program that supports businesses in upholding the human rights of migrant workers and sea sectors and migration corridors. Building on the UN guiding principles on business and human rights, we introduce strategic partners and partnerships with the business to eradicate exploitation of migrant workers and to introduce human rights. As IOM, we believe that supporting the sustainable development goals and combining purpose with profit can increase protection of all workers and international supply chains and generate a unique competitive advantage for business. CREST initiative is implemented in Southeast Asia countries, and I'm talking to you from Vietnam today, where CREST office is based, and we work in 5 more countries. But all of the practical tools and resources that are developed within the framework of this initiative can be adjusted and used in other types of businesses in other countries and for various risks that businesses encounter. A few words about the initiative. There are 4 elements to CREST: partnership, respect for human rights, remedies, legal remedies, and working with migrant workers. I'll be talking about first 3 because they're most relevant for the audience, and I'll be sharing ideas about practical tools and resources to improve transparency and supply chains partnership. Given that we have a widespread network, we're present in Vietnam and this IOM in Ukraine, we help with the programs and work with transnational companies or brands. For example, we work with IKEA, Apple, Adidas, and the suppliers in Ukraine, Southeast Asia. So what we do, we help increase transparency in supply chains. We develop strategies to identify risks and respond to them. We improve knowledge about migration, employers, another element in supply chain. We analyze the risks, help strengthen policies and management system, provide practical training and tools, and as an intergovernmental organization, we work closely with governments at various levels. We provide technical assistance and consultations aimed at supporting national politics, and the mechanisms pertaining to human rights respect. All businesses have a responsibility to respect human rights. Due to complexity of processes and the unique risk faced by migrant workers, many businesses encounter difficulties when addressing human rights abuses. And I believe that for businesses in Ukraine, recruitment of IDPs, recruitment of refugees that have a status in Ukraine, these approaches and tools could be very relevant after customizing them. And we support businesses in development, introduction of rules and regulations that help respond to risks facing migrant workers and that align with international standards on recruitment, migration, and employment. The third element of the program is remedies and compensation of damages. Similar to all businesses having responsibility to respect human rights, they also must remedy any human rights harms they caused or contributed to, even if it's indirectly. A grievance mechanism enable businesses to identify potential human rights abuses in their operations and supply chains and to remediate these impacts early and directly to prevent harm from continuing. And through direct assistance to migrant workers, we help businesses understand and restore infringed rights. We help businesses through developing efficient grievances mechanisms that are responsive to the needs of all migrant workers and include migrants and their representatives at all stages of design and implementation. And I'd like to emphasize a few practical tools for businesses that are developed by IOM. For the most part, they based on practical implementation of projects with businesses. And as of now, we are customizing them to make sure that, first of all, they can be adjusted to the context in a relevant country, sector of employees, and so that they could be publicly accessible for businesses and other stakeholders globally, not just here in Southeast Asia, but also in Ukraine and other countries. First of all, this is IOM CRESS training program that is designed to help businesses specifically to reduce the risk of modern slavery in the operations, in their direct operations and international supply chains. It includes 9 modules that can be customized to meet the specific requirements and standards of brands or suppliers in line with the identified needs or industry-specific risks, experience of the training participants, and the existing initiatives and policies on eliminating modern slavery. The second tool is labor supply mapping guide. And this is a tool that for exploring these chains and identifying risks. This is a very practical tool. It's aimed at transnational enterprises and employers to enhance due diligence procedures through identifying specific risks for migrants during recruitment, employment. We focus on international migrant workers because this is a challenge in Southeast Asia countries. However, the tool is easily customizable to the risks of businesses recruiting local workers or IDPs or other vulnerable categories. And one more tool that I'd like to mention is operational guidelines for businesses on remediation of migrant worker grievances. It's a framework for remediation program. It includes the best steps to restore infringed rights aimed at strengthening companies' human rights profile. And to conclude, by partnering with IOM, companies will be able to turn their commitment to uphold human rights into action, and this contributes to the achievements of SDGs. Thank you very much, Nastya, for this very interesting presentation. What I'm interested in is in customizing CREST tools in the context of Ukraine in particular, because even though we don't have many migrant workers, nonetheless, similar to Southeast Asia, there are many large companies that have their operations in Ukraine. They hire local workers, and we've heard of cases, and actually frequent cases, when the rights of those employees are infringed, with this exploitation, excessive workload, and very low wages. So this is a very relevant issue of customizing CREST tools and adjusting CREST experience to fit here in Ukraine. I have another question for you. Are there areas, types of industry where transparency of supply chains is impossible to provide for one reason or another, either due to military operations ongoing or unstable political situation, or due to change of government and so on? Thank you, Anna. I can't say it's impossible. I'd rather say it's quite complicated. And that is why these tools that were devised based on the experiences of businesses that operate under these conditions and customizing these tools will hopefully help businesses in Ukraine to, as Andrei put it, have this journey. It is a journey. It's not going to happen overnight. We cannot analyze all the risks throughout the entire supply chain, but you can start with the level 1, that's direct suppliers, and then you can just move up and up. And many companies that we've been working with start their risk assessment with those countries that they either have most migrant workers coming from, or the largest risk of infringement of the rights. So this is indeed very complicated, and it is a journey. That the companies embark on from this first level of supply, and then they move up. Thank you, Anastasia, for your presentation. I would like to thank all of the speakers for our panel on transparency of supply chains. Andrei, Claudia, Anastasia, thank you very much. And now it's time for our next panel. Our next panel is on respect for human rights, abolition of discrimination, and promotion of inclusiveness and diversity at workplace. Why is this important? Very often businesses tend to believe that this is something self-explanatory, and there are no clear policies on respect for human rights and non-discrimination at workplace. And this panel will include discussions of why it is impossible, to make sure you provide the respect of human rights and non-discrimination, and how that can impact the performance of the company, and how that can impact the creation of this supportive, favorable environment in the company. We have 3 speakers very interesting speakers. Our first one will be joining us online, Ms. Anastasia Martindenko. She's Executive Director of charitable organization 100 Life. And this is the largest organization of this type in Ukraine and Eastern Europe that fights HIV/AIDS. Anastasia, good afternoon. Happy to see you. You'll be talking about principles of corporate social responsibility in an NGO and in a business, and you'll be talking about why these should be the same values. Over to you. Thank you. It's such a pleasure to be with you, and actually, I keep raising this issue of who civil society activists are and how do we interact with businesses. Is this interaction possible in the first place? So if I may, I'd like to begin with a little bit of background. And you can have all sorts of attitudes and think whatever you want about Nike company. This is one of the largest sport garments and footwear. And Nike has a very interesting history of their brand development and how they form their brand missions and values. However, we as community of people from international organizations and NGOs will probably be able to recall a story from 1991, 1992, when Nike, for the first time, encountered major criticism specifically related to human rights.
Back in 1991, 92, Jack Ballinger, an investigative journalist who was looking into labor exploitation of people, focusing on Indonesia, found out that Nike disregarded fair trade principle at its production facilities deployed there, let alone the decent pay, decent working conditions, and, well, generally respect for human rights. So when this criticism was raised, few people but when New York Times, Harper's Bazaar picked on this issue, and more people learned that people get 15 cents per working day, which was much less than on average in Indonesia. The reverberations were singular. Students started promoting the idea that consumers should stop buying night products and so on. So why did I start from this story? No matter what no matter how we feel about Nike, Phil Nike made a public statement saying that now Nike was associated with slave wages. That is to say, human rights violations at workplace and so on and so forth. I'm sure that no American would buy anything produced with human rights violations, and it launch transformation in social responsibility, corporate social responsibility. would that involve graft and bribery, or like Phil Nike did, acknowledging the problem? Since that time, Nike starting publishing long 100 pages long corporate social responsibility reports. They were actually the first company to disclose the total list of its enterprises, number of employees, working conditions at these facilities, and generally how they, as a corporation, try to mitigate, eliminate those risks and challenges. I'm saying that in order to show that businesses and civil society can work together if they share values. Values are foundational for any impact, social, environmental. You have talked about it a lot today, I'm sure. So if you ask me, civil society has three key roles to play, and understanding the civil society role in corporate world. First role is that of a watchdog. It is inherent in the civil society. We always monitor, watch for various violation in corporate world. We know the local scene. We talk to people. We represent different vulnerable groups that probably have no distinct voice or representation in various bodies. So I started from Nike because it showed that civil society, the third sector, can promote transformation in corporate world overall. The second role will be described through our personal experience, our funds perspective, the equivalent, equitable partnership characterizes the willingness of business to proceed without, so to speak, relevant expertise. Businesses say, here is our capacity, that's what we have. For some, they can be taken as some donation campaigns. For others, this can take the shape of certain awareness programs, yet others might ask us to help them see how they can improve. Civil society, civic activists can act as parity partners in producing some sort of a roadmap. Okay, they say, if you share our values, if you're willing to change, we are ready to join partnership with you. Our fund, we are in human rights respect. We are in the business of eliminating barriers towards human rights. And more specifically, HIV/AIDS spread in Ukraine. In relation to COVID-19, we are also focusing on eliminating coronavirus-related risks. For us, working with businesses isn't easy. Not every business sees it fit to trot into this territory. HIV/AIDS is often referred to as hidden enemy because people just don't want to accept this problem. Thank you, Anastasia. I'm thanking someone who dedicated 7 years of her life working for 100% life client network, and I can verify that this organization adheres to CSR principles in their activity 100% and can otherwise set an example for other CSOs and businesses. I have a question here. What do you think caused an increase in the responsible consumption proponents, whether it transpires through the fact that millennials and Zoomers are more involved in decision making? Well, I would probably disagree with that proposition. This should probably be attributed to growing, public awareness of the changes that exist in our lives. It kind of fosters internal demand for action. There's a lot of actors in awareness raising and civil education, something that started in the 90s when businesses decided to shift to more responsible policies. So today this movement is gaining traction, gaining momentum, because of the higher awareness. Everybody is more aware of the fact that these challenges affect everyone. Millennials as well, voters, consumers, may contribute more to this movement. They are, so to speak, vigorous proponents of this idea, but otherwise it's a complex of components. Thank you, Anastasia, for very interesting and informative presentation. We have to move on, however, and our next speaker is candidate of sciences law, National Academy, Yaroslav Mudry Academy of Law Chair, Ms. Uvarova, Professor Uvarova. She was part of multiple research related to human rights in Ukraine. She also is an expert to corporate equality index done in Ukraine on an annual basis. This index measures how well all those policies we've been talking about are implemented. Non-discrimination, inclusivity, diversity by businesses. Elena, are you with us? Hello there. Can you copy me? Yes, we can copy you loud and clear. Well, I have a deck of that I think would help me make my presentation. Well, yes, your presentation gonna be uploaded in a second. Yes. Next slide, please. Since my part here is confined to theory, I decide I'll tell you how human rights standards arose and will certainly mention the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, the fundamental instrument of human rights, all other human rights standards stemmed from back then. The government and all agencies of the society have that responsibility. More than 300 companies, a little known fact, were tried at Nuremberg because of their involvement in global human rights violations that occurred during World War II. They tried to justify their conduct by saying they were in pure economic area, selling, for instance, gas, knowing nothing about the origins of it. Next slide, please. The second half of the 20th century demonstrated that, well, transnationals in the first place may build their business models by capitalizing on the fact that some states are weaker and allow negative impact on human rights. It was in the second half of the 20th century that the modern human rights concept based earlier on the role of government should extend to businesses, both large and small, and so far as in today's world, their impact on human rights is probably as big as that of governments. Today's conference provided examples of positive impact, but the human rights concept is intended to make sure that individuals are protected against negative impact of both government actions and those of businesses. This is the classics of international human standards, international human rights law that is, well, in an ideal world, implemented in the domestic law, and both public and private institutions are required to comply with the standards. Other actors, both individuals and businesses, can exercise their rights without a problem. But in the real world, we find that national law is failing. There are some neighbors that, by failing to implement the national human rights standards, become a threat to human rights themselves. Alternatively, then government may be dependent on some businesses, or businesses are so influential and power that governments find it quite difficult to somehow bring any influence to bear upon them. So international standards may fail if non-government actors' conduct is not in good faith if they are not aware of their potential impact on human rights. In today's world, non-government actors are, well, very important. Next slide, please. You can see from this slide that impacts can be diverse, both in the negative and positive sense of the world. It is therefore important for businesses to be aware of their potential impact, being able to analyze and also internalize their responsibility for human rights respect. In 1211, UN guidelines on businesses and human rights were adopted. Mr. John Wright was UN Special Representative Rapporteur on business and human rights. This document was forged in close cooperation of businesses and governments. It only has recommendatory nature, but these UN guiding principles are Lena, could you please turn down the volume of the YouTube? We can hear both.
Yeah, it works fine. UN guiding principles contain recommendations for governments, businesses, and for the public, for investors, on enhancing the resilience of a business in terms of preventing human rights risks. And as far as the idea behind guiding principles is concerned, businesses and human rights is about businesses making money without infringements on human rights. We're used to the concept of corporate social responsibility and seeing it as businesses doing something nice for the community, for the people. That is true. That is also important. However, very often what happens is that businesses can sponsor something, but at the same time they can have discrimination at workplace or no, not safe working conditions or because of environmental damage. So it's crucial that these approaches are combined in businesses' operations. It's not just about businesses spending money on charity, but they have to assess the risks of negative impact on human rights, and the businesses need to make sure to mitigate those risks. And that is why government has the obligation to protect against wrongful impact from the business. There's corporate responsibility to respect human rights, and another important element is access to legal remedies. And the first thing that pops that I had the courts, but there are other non-legal remedies, non-court remedies, and they have to function in the company. And today, the guiding principles, these standards are part of UN framework. EU pays close attention to it, as well as other organizations. And first and foremost, I have to mention EU because it is expected that year 2021 will be the year of a directive on mandatory human rights due diligence. Hopefully it will be adopted soon. The procedure of assessing the risks of negative impact of human rights infringements on environment. Ukrainian businesses, they are trying to integrate into European markets, and European companies have their supply chains going to Ukraine. So, of course, this will affect and impact Ukrainian businesses. That is why, if the presentations made available to you, then you can check up the public statements about obligations in the area of human rights. There's information in the slides. So these were the examples of public statements that companies make to declare their commitment to human rights issues. But in terms of human rights due diligence, in a very simplified way, what this procedure looks like. This is impact assessment, and there's no single model of how businesses can assess their impact on human rights, but there are a lot of recommendations available, and the Ministry of Economic Development and Trade actually presented one of the guides for businesses with consideration to, industry specific. And the results of this assessment, they have to be followed. There has to be a follow-up. There has to be transparency. Stakeholders need to be engaged, and company needs to report on how it impacts the situation with human rights and what it does to mitigate the negative impact. And why human rights are important for businesses? Because we can refer to a lot of various studies, especially those that on COVID-19 situation, and show that businesses that introduced this risk assessment, they turned out to be more resilient to COVID-19 challenges. However, in terms of basic indicators and factors, it is recognized that foreign investment in businesses, they will be requiring that their supply chains don't have problems with human rights, because this creates a reputation risk for such investors. And so this factor will kick in. Another thing is if they seek funding from international organizations, then this component is to be included and assessed. In context COVID-19, investors, a large number of investors publicly signed a statement saying that they will be paying attention to business conduct during COVID-19. So they will pay attention to that while making a decision about whether to provide financial tools to them. For example, if businesses actively was firing people but was still paying dividends to the shareholders, this could be seen as a risk indicator and irresponsible conduct. Also, the studies suggest that responsible behavior helps retain and attract new consumers and clients. The loyalty of staff is important, mitigation of risk, and social license to operations, which implies that the public has to grant the approval to the operations of the business. And in this context, the attitudes of the public to human rights is important, and understanding by the public that businesses are a very important factor of exercising human rights. Thank you very much for your attention. And last but not least, the map that you just saw, Ukraine is in blue color as a country that declares its commitment to implement UN guiding principles on business and human rights. And as you can see, it's better for us to be alongside countries in green, those that have a national action plan on businesses and human rights. And gray countries are those that haven't declared their commitment to implement those standards, well, for now. Thank you, Olena. A very brief question. How important is it for Ukrainian businesses to have formally written non-discrimination policies, policies of diversity, inclusivity, or it suffices to comply with some say, in-rooted, well-developed practices, in particular in terms of SME? Well, this depends on how important it is for the government to have written laws. Because this is putting on paper the values that the companies uphold, and this provides more certainty in relations with clients, the public, the community. So this is about values. Formalities, as far as formalities are concerned, it's easier for the company to answer questions from contractors about their compliance with human rights. If a company aspires to enter a certain supply chain, they might just get asked, how can you prove that you're committed to the idea of human rights? It's much easier if you have written policies. Thank you. Thank you very much for this comprehensive overview of theory and documents on human rights. Thank you, Olena. Our next presenter is a very interesting case. This is a case of a very small farm that grows microgreens that was founded by two wonderful women, Valentina and Tatiana, in Kharkiv Oblast. Valentina and Tatiana are internally displaced people. They moved to Kharkiv when the events began in the eastern part of Ukraine, and they virtually had to start their life over from scratch and start their business from scratch. And they made this business, turned this business into something quite successful. And at the same time, they did not give up on their principles of respect for human rights and non-discrimination, promoting inclusivity, etc. I'm very happy to welcome Ms. Valentina Denisenko and Ms. Tatiana Chernikova, founders of Microgreen Farm, Green for You. Welcome. Good afternoon. Can you hear us? Yes, we can. We are very happy to be with you. My name is Valentina Denisenko. I am Tatiana Chernikova. We're co-founders of Green for You farm from Kharkiv. This is a microgreen and salad culture farm. And we need our presentation. We're preparing your presentation. It'll be on the screen shortly. Could you share with us, how did it all start? Why did you decide to start a business, this business model? microgreens. Let me explain what microgreen is. These are small seeds, saplings of cultures that you often eat: peas, sunflower. We grow them till there are little green saplings, and you have a product that is ready for eating, for salads, for some new fillings in your palate, for decor. And when it starts growing, the seed has a large amount of vitamins and minerals which we need in this period of time when we are trying to fight off the pandemic. And actually, we can share with you that this is a very interesting and promising line of work. In 2018, we moved to Kharkiv from anti-terrorist operation area, and without funds or acquaintances, we organized a farm here in Kharkiv, growing microgreens. And we grow around 300 kilograms per month that we sell to supermarkets and restaurants. We have a large greenhouse with 300 square meters, give or take, and we grow microgreens there. And we have some land that we use to grow other herbs, salad herbs, mizuna, mangold. We form different sets, different combinations. There's a fitness combination, there's a children package, and we sell it to Kharkiv supermarkets, Ilpofozi, Chudo Market. We would like to say that we are registered, everything is legal. We try to comply with all of the regulations. We are registered as individual entrepreneurs. We have official contracts with suppliers, with our clients. We have quality certificates, all the necessary documents to sell our goods to the supermarkets. We have a registered brand name, registered facilities. We have employees also officially registered, and we are proponents of this idea that no matter how hard it is, you have to work legally, not in the shadow, because we have to develop the economy of Ukraine. And also this gives you more opportunities. You can participate in various international projects, grant projects, including which could be an impetus for the development of businesses. I'd like to say that we're not using any growth stimulants, chemical stimulants, and when the little plant wakes up, it has a lot of strength and power, and we're just helping it using some eco-friendly substances that are not harmful or hazardous. We also produce eco-friendly goods. We have eco bags and masks, reusable masks that you can wash and iron and then use again to avoid throwing away disposable masks that pollute the environment. And we are proponents of conscious consuming, and we speak about that at the events we host. And it's not just about vegetables that we grow. Eco-friendliness has to be present in everything, in relations with suppliers, in relations with employees. We hire people regardless of their gender, family status. We actually give preference to people from vulnerable groups of population, women with little children, IDPs just like us, and people with disabilities. And we do our best to provide proper working conditions, flexible working hours, deliveries, free of charge deliveries. In 2020, we actually received an award, Index of Corporate Equality. This is an SME award. This is what it looks like, and we take great pride in it. It was such a pleasure that those principles that we live with, that we support, this is something that we believe that we live by. This is how we run our business. We used to live in this way, and it turns out that other people are interested in this too, and people noted that. And actually, there used to be large companies that were the ones to introduce the standards, and we're just a small company. And when we went through various selections and surveys, it was such a pleasure to be picked out of a large number of Ukrainian companies, and we take great pride in that. And it's such a pleasure to see that others think of us as a role model for other enterprises. So no matter the size of your company or an enterprise, what's important is what you're trying to show to the world, the relations you're trying to build in your company.
For us, social contribution is of essentiality. For 3 years, we've been working with kids with Down syndrome. We teach them how to grow microgreen and how to consume healthy foods. Well, when the pandemics broke out, it was good. Well, nothing was good when it broke out. No, I mean to say that the kids were expected to stay at home, but we provided them with seed material, mud or soil, and they showed us using videos, YouTube, how they went about this material. And they consume microgreen on a daily basis, and that they supplement that with what they grow at home. We believe it is our mission to provide people with healthy food and educate people in healthy food habits to promote healthy society in the future. We think that growing microgreen provides households with healthy sources of healthy food. We hope that we have found partners in you, so stay safe, eat well and healthy. Thank you, Valentina and Tatiana, for your inspiring talk. You are indeed a business that is environmentally friendly in many aspects: responsible production, responsible consumption, responsible attitude of your. Because every time I see it, I think I'll start growing microgreen next thing in the morning. Where do I buy your product? That's the only question I have. Well, it is available in Kharkiv's largest supermarkets, but uh, you can visit our Facebook web page and place an order. Well, it's not easy to do mailing because microgreen germination material is supposed to be kept in cold places. We also mail microgreen growing kits that you can use to start a microgreen at home. Thank you very much for your participation and for sharing your experience with us, with our viewers today. And let me compliment all speakers of this panel that joined us in person or online, Anastasia Deva, Lena Uvarova, and of course Valentina Nesenko and Tatiana Chernikova. This practical case testifies to the fact that it is not the size isn't important to be successful, and it's not necessary to abandon your principles if you want to be successful. Our next panel is dedicated to elimination of exploitation and child labor. There are going to be three speakers. Viktor Valchuk, the first national expert and trainer on counter-trafficking. Nina Masyuk, Nova Poshtar, and my colleague Victoria Mazarenko will tell us about the relationship between ethical recruitment and responsible consumption. So the time is for Mr. Viktor Valchuk. Hi there, Victor. Welcome. Hello, Anna, and good afternoon to the viewers and participants. Child labor, where do we draw the line? Matter of fact, let me start by saying that a child is also a human being, and the majority of daily situations we somehow disregard emotions, thoughts of a child, and it is our fault that we always think we know better what serves the best interest of children. Then stem situations that may negatively affect the life of the child. We typically don't understand the feelings and needs of children because we've already forgotten our own needs, feelings, emotions when we were young, when we were, say, 14 or 15, how much we strove for adulthood, for independence by introducing constraints, limits, barriers for children. We adults enhance lawlessness in the society, in child labor, where So child labor is engaging children in work on the regular basis. Child labor was widespread in the past everywhere, but after the concept of safe labor and child rights declaration emerged, child labor started to recede. Kids want to be respected, want to be independent of control, and it is therefore natural that kids want to have their own sources of income, and most of the time they want to earn their income in good faith and legally. Unfortunately, in our country, violations of child labor is widespread. Minors are employed without prior medical checks. Their pay or wages is often delayed, plus no contract, no labor contract is ever made. Kids are used in peddling services, agriculture, and this all creates significant risks for children. Dishonest employers, by abusing the desire of children to be independent, make profit. Minor underage workers are negatively affected, and I'll give you a couple of examples to show how widespread child labor exploitation is in this country. Official post on the Safe Protection Agency of Ukraine. 24 students of grade 7 to 11 were used in agricultural activities. The violation has been duly documented. During on-site examination, it was found out that the employer failed to make any contracts with underage workforce. Their parents were aware of the fact but were not concerned. The employer acknowledges the fact, but insofar as the agribusiness thought it was unnecessary to make individual contracts with their children, is based upon the understanding that this engagement was short-term, and the parents didn't object to this condition. What it means that all the actors here, all institutions, authorities related child rights protection, including the National Service for the Protection of Child Rights for Children, regularly violate their duties, and it is widely accepted, as in the above quoted statement. Can you imagine how widespread is the practice of engaging students in unpaid work? For us, fighting against exploitation, the situation is clear. This is the clear case of exploitation. Well, child labor is not forbidden, but it should be subject to a number of legal rules. I will briefly refer to the key legislative acts and regulations. The Article 52 of the Constitution of Ukraine explicitly prohibits any exploitation of children, and Article 9 of the Constitution, in addition, provides that international instruments, conventions, and treaties are a part of the domestic law after they've been ratified by the Parliament of Ukraine. What it means is that most of the effective rules are international legal rules implemented in our domestic law. After the Constitution, probably the most important act regulating children's rights to work is the Convention of Child's Rights, Convention 32, ILO, Convention on Minimum Employable Age, Convention 138. Those who are interested will agree that Ukraine has ratified multiple ILO conventions. Convention 138 was ratified back in 1978 and is still in effect as far as Ukraine is concerned. Convention on Prohibition and Elimination of Worst Forms of Child Labor, Convention 82, the Code of Labor Laws of Ukraine, the Code of Ukraine on Administrative Offenses, the law on safe labor, plus multiple regulations, orders, and decrees. In other words, the body of legislation regulating labor relations between underage employees and employers is, well, pretty hefty. Aware of the time, I will not specify other rules governing recruitment, employment, dismissal. Instead, I'll highlight the fact that the minimum employable age may not be lower than the age of compulsory secondary legislation, that is, say, 15 years old. Some caveats attached. The children may be engaged for in work at the age of 13 to 15. What else one should be aware of? There is no probation period at employment of minors, a provision set down in Article 15 of the Code of Labor Laws of Ukraine. Child labor does not work towards better business or better name of businesses. It's easy to compromise, to smear a good name if a company is not 100% aware of its own supply chain. Transparent supply chains is a worldwide trend, so it's important that you know your supply chain, so to speak. A case related to child labor. Kim Bevel of BBC covered that. says that almost 30% of forest nuts are exported by Turkey, and in his article, Rel disclosed that most of manual work involved in harvesting nuts is done by migrant workers, and children aren't exempted. The Kurds, who make the bulk of migrant workers, officially are underpaid, so to speak. It is indeed a sad fact, but you see happy faces in advertising of. Yes, you are right. Child labor mustn't be subject to exploitation throughout their supply chains. Thank you very much for your very good overview of law, and I would only like to emphasize that Ukrainian businesses should exercise every bit of caution whenever they recruit and deploy underage persons. If I may, I just add one thing. The Criminal Code of Ukraine penalizes violations of children's rights. June 12 is the day of combating child labor as declared by ILO, but I would encourage us not to confine ourselves to only one day in the year to celebrate this fight. Thank you.
Thank you, Victor. And we'll move to our next speaker. I'm very happy to welcome here in the studio Ms. Nina Mahysuk. She is HR director at Nova Poshta. Nova Poshta has an entire system of sustainable development and corporate responsibility that they've been introducing starting 2016. And it would be very interesting for us to hear about why being white is not enough. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll probably do what our previous speaker did. The theory he shared was very interesting about recruiting children, and I would like to show and practical matters why being white is not enough. Nova Poshta is a large national company, 42,000 people that we work with, 42,000 employees, and recruitment and employment with in line with legislation is a must-have for us. We don't hire minors. We provide social guarantees, security, sick leaves, vacations. So all of the guarantees are provided to employees of Nova Poshta in line with legislation. But in 2020, there's been a change in the way people see things. And for both applicant seekers and for our employees, the issues of stability and security and protection became different. In 2020, the year 2020 probably hurt many businessmen, entrepreneurs, And it was a major challenge for us because we are responsible not only to our employees, their families, clients and partners. So what we did was that we got together. First of all, we insured our employees and we provided each of them with medical insurance that had not only anti-pandemic guarantees, but all the necessary healthcare measures, and this helped them feel secure about future. The next step that all SMEs and large companies encounter was that in short terms they had to buy protective equipment for employees, masks, gloves, antiseptic, and we managed to do that, and what was also very important is buying oxygen concentrators that we still have with us, and shall need be, will provide them to our employees and their family members. Security standard became the key one for our company. So we decided to set up an epidemiological service that includes 9 doctors and 1 chief of medicine. And the purpose of their work, their mission, is to counteract various outbreaks of the pandemic. They support all of our employees, each of those that contracted coronavirus. They support family doctors, physicians, and also our doctors run tests. They organize sanitation of the department and premises where the corona-infected people went to. Also, we switched to remote working. This is a contact center or call center, around 3,000 people. And again, it wasn't short term, and we organized their workstations at home. What do I mean by that? It's not just equipment. We also provided them with connectivity, various supports, installations, but also we even provided them with furniture, chairs or tables, because people were not ready to embrace such a challenge. So we supported our employees in this way too. So we needed to organize their workstations for them. Another thing that we did was the rotation of our staff. The rotation meant relocating one unit from another. That's departments and terminals. When the workstation when they don't have to drive to get to work, and we organize transportation for our employees, and we're doing this to this day. We're taking them to work and back home. So this is something that also helps employees feel secure. We also signed agreements with laboratories, and our employees have a choice of laboratories that they can choose a laboratory they trust, and if they had contact with someone with COVID-19, they can use the services of one of those laboratories. What did this result in? Everything that we did led to having less than 1% of people with COVID-19. Given that especially given that we have 42,000 employees, and even despite this has been a significant progress, we're starting to do something better. Also, what we managed to do, we managed to retain our leadership position on the market in deliveries, and we did not fire a single person. On the contrary, we engaged employees from our partners partners who weren't running their business, and those employees still work for us. And we actually came together so much that we even began to expand our operations. We opened new departments, created new jobs for the operators of the departments, new jobs for the operators of the call center, for couriers, and this is more than 3,000 jobs that we managed to develop despite the pandemic. And we took a great care to make sure that the applicants, the seekers, find employment. All of that, the way I see it, is more than white, but this is maybe is not enough to have this mechanism maintained. We needed to create some basic principles of interaction and mutual understanding inside our team and with partners and clients. And to be able to do that, we developed a document that is called Corporate Code of Ethics. This was quite an endeavor. We engaged practices for other companies, Ukrainian companies, and international experiences. We revisited our business processes to try and figure out how to do it, and we realized that we as a company are interested in the result, but also the process of achieving the result is very important. So that document specifically was used to uphold our key principles, integrity, decency, fairness. The purpose of the document was the mutual understanding inside the company and in relations with our clients. So that is why we see that year 2020 and 2021, the pandemic, and our future, all of that shows that social guarantees are not enough. You have to take good care and develop this feeling of security for your employees. As an employer, you have to develop and you need to lend a helping hand to your employees. And for year 2021, Nova Poshta puts employees as priority number one, so we have to work together. I have a question. In the process of developing these standards, corporate sustainability, did you use any examples from international companies, maybe international businesses? Or maybe you used experiences of Ukrainian companies? Yes, we used the expertise of our partners, Ukrainian companies and international practices. And we applied our principles. So it wasn't just picking any organization and checking what opportunities they provide, how they piloted on the employees. What was important for us was that these integrity, care, decency principles were present in the organizations that we analyzed. So we took the experiences of those organizations and we customized it to fit the purposes of our business purposes. Do you have maybe a guiding light, I mean, out of these companies that you were looking at? We didn't distinguish one specific company. We took best practices, best cases. So we tried to combine those practices. We tried to be the guiding light ourselves in this. You have quite a comprehensive approach to providing sustainability in the pandemic environment. You have this very comprehensive approach to your employees. I have a question. Was that approach helpful to provide for the loyalty of your employees, retention of your employees, and what strategies maybe are most efficient? Training strategies, for example, or creating good working conditions. Our employees see our care, and what was very helpful to the employees was that none of them lost a job. On the contrary, the employees, the staff saw that we're developing, that we're engaging new experiences and expertise, we're creating new jobs. Our employees saw people getting fired in other companies, and they appreciated the investment that the company made in healthcare insurance. This helped them feel safe about the future. And this fear of the pandemic, a fear of getting into the situation, contracting COVID-19 went down, and the employees stopped trembling at the very thought of it because they felt protected. There was the social security. So this loyalty and rotations and transportation for the employees, expanding the limits on the cards that they can use. This was an impetus for them, and this brought the teams closer. And we saw that there was good feedback and good results. And we're growing, expanding. There is more development. In us as an employer, and they are committed. Thank you very much. Thank you, Nina. Presentation. Nova Poshta is a good example of some very good practices of corporate social responsibility, and I wish you the best of success. And please keep up the good work caring about your employees. Let's move on. We have our third speaker in this panel. This is a colleague, Miss Victoria Mazurko. Vika, I'm very happy to welcome you to this panel. And we would like to hear from you about link between responsible consumption and ethical recruitment, how we as consumers can impact eradication of forced labor, or how our choices can promote the spread of these practices of forced labor and human trafficking, etc. Welcome. Hi, Anna. Thank you very much for the invitation to participate in such an interesting event, such an important event. Can you hear me well? Is everything okay with the sound? Yes, yes. Okay, thank you very much. I'm very proud to be part of this wonderful team that is implementing this project and that is organizing this event. And if I may, I'd like to switch to English, because I had materials prepared in English, and it was easier to prepare a presentation in English. So I will use this opportunity that we have interpreters, and I'll switch into English.
Today it was already mentioned that by adopting the Sustainable Development Goals, the global community has committed to end child labor by 2025 and forced labor and human trafficking by 2030. But according to the latest global estimates, 152 million children are in child labor at the moment, and 25 million adults and children are unfortunately in the situation of forced labor, including in global supply chains. To achieve this sustainable development goal, the governments, the business, the financial sector, as well as civil society must take strong action to address the root causes and determinants of these human rights violations. But at the moment, I have a question. Is it enough to involve only these stakeholders? Today we have heard a lot of conclusions and recommendations on addressing the issue through the whole of supply chain, through public measures to protect workers and mitigate vulnerability, through public governance measures, through collaboration and inclusive business approaches. But I propose you to think a bit broader and to try to answer the question, what's the prime motivation for the employers of trafficked labor, whether on-site or subcontracting? And the answer is as simple as it is. It is profit and existing demand for goods and services that could be tamed by trafficking for labor exploitation. Without demand for the goods and services produced as a result of labor exploitation, there is no market and therefore no profit. We are now living in the world where modern-day consumers are increasingly powerful force. When I come to the shopping mall, I have a choice whether to buy a cheaper t-shirt of unknown origin or better to choose the one from a local socially accountable business, even if it's a little bit more expensive. What stands behind that small price I pay? The price, unfortunately, may be too high. It can be someone's health or even life. More and more modern consumers want to know the full story that stands behind the product they buy, and whether or not their purchase indirectly facilitates unethical practices and violation of human rights. Consumer surveys show that most consumers would change their purchasing decisions depending on whether or not a certain product involves slavery or exploitation. For example, in the United Kingdom and the United States, 66% of consumers would stop buying such a product, and more than a half would agree to pay more for goods which are free from trafficking in person. Another evidence of the potential for mobilizing consumer action is the survey conducted by Nielsen in 2012. This survey covered more than 28,000 respondents in 56 countries of the world, and this survey found that 46% of global consumers are willing to pay extra for products and services from companies that have implemented programs that give back to the society. And more specifically on human trafficking, the MTV Exit campaign has generated the interest of over 100,000 Facebook users. This is a potentially very rich starting point if you are seeking a network for action against exploitative supply chains. Also, various other groups are becoming more and more active in advocacy through social media. And to use their purchasing power effectively, consumers need accurate information about the source of products they are considering buying, which is very often not available. My organization, the International Organization for Migration, back in 2009, introduced the campaign Buy Responsibly, which was aiming to increase attention on the demand side of trafficking in persons for the purpose of labor exploitation, and specifically to encourage individual consumers to be proactive while seeking information about the labor practices used to develop and deliver products when making purchasing decisions. At the same time, for businesses, it would be great to make this path easier for customers and to improve the availability and quality of information on their manufacture or their supply chains, which are free from trafficked labor. It will enable consumers to make informed about buying this or that product. One of the best options is to join the initiative Svidomo Made in Ukraine, which is presented and discussed here today. And the last thing I wanted to mention in my speech is that reducing demand is really a demanding, really a challenging process. But if demand fuels trafficking in human beings, please ask yourself whether you are ready to pay for modern day slavery from your own money and from your own funds. Thank you so much for your attention, and should you have any questions, I'm ready to answer. Anna?
Дякую. Дякую, Віко, за чудовий виступ.
Thank you. Thank you, Victoria. I do have a couple of questions. Can you hear me? Could we do something to let Vika hear us? I can see you, Anna, but I can't hear you. Vika, can you copy me? Oh, no, yes, I can hear you. So I have a couple of questions. When we say cheap goods that may be based on human rights violations, forced labor, trafficking in human beings, we typically talk about, well, goods manufactured in Southeast Asia, where a lot of manufacturing facilities are concentrated, or maybe Africa. Would you say that labor exploitation is an issue urgent for Ukraine? Thank you very much for your question. Well, I am working in IOM's migrant protection program that inter alia provides integrative support to victims of labor exploitation or human trafficking. So I may base my response on the situational analysis and stats available to my program. In 2020, the program provided support to 1,600 victims of traffic, and 97% of the victims were victims of labor trafficking. That is to say, it indeed is a very urgent problem. 6% of those people were affected by human trafficking for labor exploitation in the territory of Ukraine. So it was internal situation. Speaking of sectors where labor exploitation is found, 56% is, well, construction, 28% is manufacturing, production, and 9% agriculture. Now I see that this is something happening around us, hidden in plain sight, but we typically don't notice that, whereas are expected to be watchful in order to verify whether labor exploitation may have been used to produce goods we consume. Vika, us as consumers, how do you think we could reduce demand for forced labor related production and distribution? I mentioned that in my presentation, but would say once again, as consumers, we have to boycott goods manufactured with child labor or labor exploitation. We have to demand that all supply chains and production stages be free of exploitation. In order to make companies hear us, we should show that no forms of exploitation may be accepted or justified by efficiency, economic efficiency. Thank you, Vika, and thank you all who contributed to this panel dedicated to elimination of child labor and exploitation. Thanks, Victor, Nina, Vika. Let me also mention обозреватель, громадське, and Час Перших, who provide media support to our today's event. Welcome back, dear viewers. We are drawing this event to a close by offering you to take part in this final sixth panel dedicated to sustainability standards, safe work conditions, work environment, how businesses should guarantee safe work conditions to their workforce. Irina Suslova will give us an inspirational case. Elena Kolesnikova will follow with some practical examples. And, of course, there's going to be a chunk of theory from Valeria Savchuk. And incidentally, she'll be the first to start this panel discussion. Before that, however, since Elena Kolesnikova is attending in person, the other two speakers joining online, I would like to ask you to kick it off. Elena will present a business case, a practical case showing whether employers have incentives. Thank you very much for inviting, and I'm so happy to be here offline. Online is convenient, but I hope that soon the time will change and we'll all be able to meet indeed offline. Well, technologies are a step ahead of us. Now, when I was invited, I thought I pondered aspects I would rather talk about. Oftentimes you hear people say that employers are not very much interested in safe work conditions and lack of any incentives. I'll try to show you that it is not true. The first slide starts from very simple things. What are the incentives? The I'm sorry. The first slide is made of quotations, and you can locate them at metallurgical companies' websites. For all companies active in mining and or mining and extraction, safe labor is paramount. Actually, you can do research on your own. Next slide is something I had already started to talk about. Incentives. Well, shortage of personnel. Common knowledge. Today, employers compete for skills, especially if you are talking about highly qualified workforce specialists. So if you see competition, then you understand you have to do something and employ some ways to retain your so valued personnel. Second, qualifications are not always representative of the existing needs. Well, yeah, you have a certificate, but not always your qualifications meet the demand of the market. And this next is access to workplace or authorization, so to speak. Well, it's an open secret that working in or extraction is oftentimes hazardous, and to be able to get a job, you need to undergo certain procedures, including training. If there's an accident, God forbid, it'll take a lot of time to replace, and work mobility figures very high. So employers can plan holidays, but you can't plan accidents or accident-related replacements. Therefore, every employer is interested to reduce the number of work-related accidents. Plus, legislation. Legislation obligated employers to take care of work safety. Every accident entails official investigation. So I missed one bullet point. Unions. Well, our unions typically emphasize work safety, workplace safety. That's their, so to speak, hobby. So there are 5 bullet points actually, but I skipped that 5th bullet point intentionally. Next slide, please. One other, so to speak, premise I'd like to offer. Work safety is more than what the law says about. Later on, you'll see that it implies proper training. It is also about work incentives, responsibility of the workforce themselves. I was watching your panels, including the fact that in some positions women mean more safety. All the standards have been mentioned, so anyone who wants to know more can get familiar with all those those standards. Standards are equally applied and adhered to by both local companies and international companies present in Ukraine. Next slide, please. Here I decided to use two largest companies in the sector, and Metinvest gonna be the first because it is the biggest company in the complex. ArcelorMittal comes next. I won't be able to cover all the companies. So Metinvest is a Ukrainian company present in other jurisdictions where it has share in industrial property and that manufacturing. So they have an advantage of being able to learn from their overseas experience related to work safety. There are over 70,000 employees, and it means that the company has to see to it that every of the 70,000 employees goes home safe and sound. Automation does help. Nobody can challenge that, but whenever we automate, we lose jobs. Every company, therefore, wants to make sure that it doesn't reduce or downsize its workforce, because every job, every workplace matters, something that takes investment. And Metinvest annually, I repeat, around $100 million into industrial safety. Another figure, 100,000 trainings are taking on the annual basis, and training costs money. Well, $20 million a year. Just figures. Well, impressive they are. Metinvest, for instance, initiated around 60 professional standards, some of which are related to work safety and protection. The standards that underwent national discussion and then approved by the ministry. Metinvest was the initiator of this discussion. They started work on systematizing business processes in 2004. Why? Because of the high attrition rates, and every time you lose an employee, you have to replace it. So they decided to build processes to prevent so high an attrition. And of course, fighting the Soviet legacy. By the way, they started using international standards more widely and decided to introduce a set of rules promoting greater safety.
For example, outside their building, there's information about how many accidents they had in a year. And what the leadership does, they say that this is the number of accidents that we had, and the number that we want is 0. So they want to have 0 accidents at the end of the month. So this is the key task for any enterprise, and this explains a lot. And they use international methodologies and standards, and this is not free of charge. To get a certain international methodology, you have to make an investment. You have to pay for that. And the companies are doing that because they seek best practices that will allow to have the safest working conditions. Because when there's a deficit of staff and when you've trained your staff, when they have qualifications of the permissions, you do not want to lose them as an employer because that's your investment, time, money, human resources. So you have to fight for every person. That is why there were many rules used, many cultures created to organize safer environment, more attractive for people. But nobody wants to go to work for a company if you do not know whether you'll come back home from a day's work. It's better for people when it's safe. When the companies understand that. I can't say that this was the situation 10 years ago. I can say that all of the companies are doing that, but I will be talking about steel industry. Everybody's responsible there. And Metinvest analyzed their companies and the largest number of accidents, what people were most prone to accidents. And it was a surprise to learn that the largest percentage is amongst the experienced ones, not the young, but the experienced one. There were many jokes that I remember. Like, I do not need to do this for so long. I'm going to cut corners and do quick. So excessive confidence can cause accidents. So yes, the persons that are experts, they know how to bypass certain processes and they stop complying with rules aimed at make the environment safe. And this is where accident happens. So this is a question not to an employer, but to that person who doesn't think about consequences. So this is a problem. And the rate of accidents is very low amongst the young. So that's Metinvest. FedExpo case, I did not describe it, but let me say something here. There was a cabinet of ministers order that prohibited women from working sector jobs. And FedExpo was an initiator of a pilot project and agreed with the ministry to allow women work at certain profession. So there was a prohibition, but everybody was clear that they needed to be revoked. And they used Belaz trucks, not Belaz trucks like 20 or 30 years ago. No excessive effort needed to drive it. And it turned out that there were less accidents at the quarry, less fuel is spent when a woman is behind the wheel, and less maintenance and repair needed. And it became safer, actually, when women started driving those Belaz trucks. And this was a surprise to everyone because, you know, the perceptions of women driving a huge Belaz trucks in a quarry, you can imagine what the perceptions were, but the results were astonishing. Steel Federation was flabbergasted by the results. I have a presentation, so maybe you could send the presentation to our participants, shall they be interested. So I have all of the standards and methodologies there. I wouldn't go into them. And now ArcelorMittal. ArcelorMittal is a company that is super international. This is one of the largest steel companies in the world. And the company was privatized. And I think it employs around 30,000 people. So this is one of the largest companies in Ukraine. And the company uses a different approach. They also use international standards and methodologies, but they also developed a number of corporate standards. There's a list of them on the slide, and they think that you can have zero accidents in the workplace. Similar to Metinvest company and FairExpo company, they believe that the first reason for accidents is lack of responsibility of the employees. Just like in the example that I mentioned, when professional experts, they believe that they know what they're doing, that they can bypass rules, and they invest in training. Metinvest, ArcelorMittal have corporate universities that provide ongoing training. They hire subcontractors that help them train. They contact government institutions and others to help them with that. And they actually did something else. And they selected what is the most frequent reason of accident, like something heavy falling on your head, transport. So that was their approach to what to be on the lookout for. Every company in their operations, they identify those things. And my last slide, yet another challenge that nobody's discussing in terms of safe working environment. It's COVID-19. COVID-19 happened to us. The companies need to do their best to make sure that people, their employees, are COVID-free. So that is why upon entering the building, they are checking the body temperature and they provided all the necessary conditions. And you know, as it happens, you sneeze in the morning, but you still go to work. So people have to avoid that and be conscientious. And around 800 million hryvnias was spent by steel companies on fighting COVID-19 in public-private partnership. Most of the money went to treatment and assistance to people in cities and towns. So there were tests bought, assistance with hospitals, because people who live in the cities, so these are families of employees. So safe and working environment is a very broad topic. You are right, because this issue contains many more things. Conscientiousness of every person, not just employees. So a lot of things. So I did my best to make it on time. If I had an hour, I don't think I would have made it in an hour. You know, that's the story of our life. We'd like to listen to you, continue listening, but we don't have time. Well, about international experience, I went to many countries, Germany, for example, and I asked them a question, where do you have all of the certificates and permissions? And they was like, why? And they brought me to this corner with the brochure. And I asked them, what about checking people and so on? Well, the employees, they need to be conscious and aware about all of this. So for them, first and foremost, it's about personal awareness of the employees, not overseeing the actions. It's different in Ukraine. It's control first and oversight. Maybe this is where it begins. My hope is that sooner or later we'll get to this level of culture. There are questions in the chat. What should be amended in labor legislations? What do the industry companies want? Well, you have a lobbyist here in the company. We as organization have all the tools to legitimately promote the interests of the companies. This legislation that was passed by the parliament, and we talked to the government. When the government is talking to us about control and oversight, and we're talking about training and self-awareness. So this is the key point in our discussions with the ministries that are working on the new legislation and everything that pertains to on-the-job safety. Well, and they're always checking the industrial companies, not where people really can be victim to accidents, because it's easier to do that. So this is a very relevant issue. We're actually in talks on legislation. We're trying to have the culture changed. You raised a very interesting issue at the end of your presentation. How did the pandemic affect companies and make them revisit their policies? Well, that's a great question, and there's a very interesting case. The thing is that when the pandemic started, Well, of course, we cannot close some production lines in steel industry. We cannot make the employers work remote. This production has to continue. But there were people that could be sent to work remotely from home, and this is how a draft law appeared, or maybe a law on remote employment. We actually initiated the draft, and my hope is that the president signed the law. So what happened when we started discussing the law to regulate remote employment? You know what was the first question? It's on-the-job safety specialists are going to come to our homes to check the work conditions. So that is why the draft law on remote employment appeared to dissipate those fears that people had that on-the-job safety inspectors are going to come to their homes. So remote work was one of the solutions that was found, and many of the leaders and management, they now think that many of the employees don't have to come back to the office and they can stay at home. Many people are working to develop new approaches to work and training and thinking about integrating it into the system that we used to have before. So the companies are learning, and even the industry companies are moving towards remote work. And thank you very much for the examples, and it was very valuable to hear information about several companies. Thank you very much for your elaborate answers to those questions. And let's move to the next speaker, who will be discussing theory with us. This is Valeria Savchuk. She's specialist in labor and employment issues and partner, and Vasil Kisil and Partners law firm. Valeria, I can see that you're with us. Over to you, and you'll be talking about workplace safety, today's challenges. So what challenges are present now? Valeria, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you well, and we can hear you. Great. So you've introduced me. I'm Valeria Savchuk, Vasil Kisil Partners partner. I work with labor law and on-the-job safety. I'd like to have my presentation on the screen. I have not more than 20 minutes because this conference is there's been a delay, and I have another video conference planned, so hopefully we'll make it in 20 minutes. So on the job safety, the challenges, the previous speaker actually mentioned the legislation and the organization of on-the-job safety and the right to safe working conditions is the right enshrined in the Declaration of Human Rights and added to other elements such as decent pay. There are also issues like safe working conditions, safe for the employees and for the employers. And regarding the elements of safety, workplace safety, you can see what it looks like on the screen. There are regulations, internal regulations in particular. These are the documents regulating the workplace safety service that oversees compliance, and these are clauses in a collective labor, in a collective contract stipulating responsibilities of both employers, trade unions, because trade unions are also an active stakeholder of safe work environment. Another very important element here is the internal guidelines, procedures drafted by the company to provide safe environment for everyone, to explain to the employees about what to do in a specific situation, especially when it comes to some dangerous works. These rules actually cover rules of conduct for trade unions and workplace safety services and other units inside the company, and revolving around those fire safety, production line safety, everything that is required for the company that has to appear in those documents.
As Elena mentioned, work safety is an area overregulated. There are too many requirements that are set down in law. There's special legislation on work safety, there's code of labor laws, there's a host of regulations. If we say hazardous work types, you can have even more. So all these issues are overregulated, and employers are left with very little room for maneuver because this is so overregulated. However, international companies accumulate international experience and work safety certification. As you can see from this slide, the work safety systems are made of special work safety service to be created at any enterprise with 50+ employees. No matter whether a company is in production or just an office, but where there is more than 50 employees, you must have a special section, work safety unit, governed by relevant internal regulations. If, however, an enterprise has fewer than 50 employees, it is allowed to skip creation of a unit. Rather, you should have a person, you may have a person in charge of work safety, and the function may be, so to speak, vested in say HR specialist. If you have a even smaller enterprise with fewer than 20 employees, you can outsource work safety function by making contracts with service providers, relevant service providers. Work safety organization, employer within this system is one of the key officials by law. Your minimum work safety budget should be at least 0.5% of the payroll budget of the previous year. So this money is used to fund medical checks, work safety training, and other measures intended to reduce negative impact of hazardous factors, to install, say, special equipment that would reduce potential harm to employers. In addition, where there are potential hazardous factors, workplaces must be certified at least once every 5 years. Certification implies identifying hazardous risks, noise, vibration, chemicals dispersed in the air, and other factors. Like I said, certification is financed by employers' funds and is done by specially appointed laboratory. Another work safety component is regular medical checkups. Well, they are not compulsory for every employee. Instead, the Cabinet of Ministers approved the list of jobs and positions for which medical examinations are mandatory, both at induction and afterwards at the regular basis, plus employees younger than 20 are subject to primary medical examination, national medical examination, and then according to the specific position. Could we have my next slide, please? No. Let's go back to the previous slide. I'm sorry, I am not done yet. I've already mentioned work safety service, work-related accidents, workplace accidents. Elena mentioned that accidents will happen. All companies, or most companies, try to reduce and the number of accidents, reduce them to zero wherever possible. Causes contributing to accidents are investigated under the rules set down in law, and the employer is under the obligation to notify relevant authorities or officials of every accident. If also, if during medical examination an occupational disease is identified, the employer is also under the obligation to investigate into the contributing causes. Like I said, the budget is just 0.5% of the payroll, but international companies, well, and many Ukrainian companies spend much more, millions of euros or US dollars in some cases. I already mentioned this work safety service. May, for instance, require that the employer suspend those who haven't undergone medical examination or training, maybe didn't pass work safety training. The work safety service may initiate suspension. Also, where the service identifies certain breaches that might pose risk to health and life, the service may demand that production be suspended pending elimination of those factors or a reduction of those factors. If work safety service should identify offenders against work safety rules, it may also require that the employer punish the offenders. Well, by law, you can discipline or dismiss. Some companies introduce alternative penalties, such as canceling bonuses or imposing other sanctions. But otherwise, work safety service has wide powers, and I won't take any more time to describe them. Our next actor in work safety area is unions. Unions are very active in work safety. They enjoy wide powers. They can do on-site and workplace inspections in order to verify if workforce abides by work safety rules, whether the employer does the same, if work conditions are safe enough. They are also they also take part in accident fact-finding groups. By law, they are required to be on board. Apart from that, unions have other powers, such as the power to take part in the drafting of work safety manuals and guidelines. They are also called upon to monitor adherence to collective agreements, because collective agreements, as was mentioned, may create additional conditionalities upon work safety, and also in case of labor dispute or need to protect workers, unions may represent the interest of employees. Thank you, Valeria. You've given a very good idea of how employers can influence the situation, but since our time is very short, I think we should go to Q&A so that I can raise a couple of questions. Millennial generation, for whom their work environment is important, office environment in particular. Do you have any data on percentage of young people who believe a safe work environment is important, who believe that it is one of the decisive factors? Won't give you any accurate figures off the cuff, but earlier this year a number of surveys were taken targeting first time employers. So lawyers do not take work safety or work conditions in an office as something important. More important for them is to have an interesting job and being able to take part in the implementation of some appealing projects. Even their entry pay doesn't matter that much. Well, another factor making this less important is the ability to work remotely, and many younger employees prefer remote workplaces, and the law provides multiple opportunities, and younger workforce elects to work remotely. Do I hear you say that quarantine indeed affected the situation? Yes. It's become the obligation goes without saying that employers are under the obligation to provide for remote work opportunities, and if there are none, it would be quite unusual. Yeah, modern day reality dictate or prompt new work conditions. Thank you very much for joining and sharing. Let me assure you that we managed to cover your ground in just 20 minutes. With this, we are inviting our last speaker of this panel, and for this matter, this event, Irina Suslova, human rights defender. She's a very inspirational influencer, and she'll be talking about women, wages, and positions. By the way, let me just mention that recently the Cabinet of Ministers cancelled its earlier decree banning women from a number of well-paid positions. When Olha was where you are sitting and mentioned the number of those occupations, 450, I hadn't known that before. No problem. There are in excess of 9,000 jobs and positions in Ukraine, so 450 isn't a big deal. But generally it is wrong for anyone to decide but women who had jobs to take. There is no slavery anymore, so there's a freedom of choice. Nobody can take away this agency from women. You can't make a woman take up a job. So non-limitation is important, because whenever we limit this divide goes away. We talk about, say, ore extraction, and many would say, how come women can't work there? A driver is fine, but operator over multi-ton equipment, that's right. Well, oh yes, I heard about What Skills Ukraine, and we love this project. Every time conferences convened at the ministry were attended by women. One day another participant just asked, do you have any men working in the industry? So like I say, this should be something you are free to choose, and the freedom of choice is we're gonna be discussing with Irina. Irina, I hope that you've already joined us, and we gave you a very good lead. Because we're women. Yes, because we're women. Irina, the floor is yours. And Irina, let me be talking about gender stereotypes at work.
Good evening. I'm very happy to see you. I'd like to begin with an inspirational story that Olena mentioned. This is a story of revoking Order 256 that prohibited women from 450 professions. Several years ago, the professions that were highly paid were woman could seek self-fulfillment, being a last truck driver, being a captain of a ship, driving a metro car. The government said, no, girls, you cannot go there because this is a very, very hard work for you. We'll take care of you. Don't go there. But at the same time, a woman, a janitor in metro who's paid 6,000 hryvnia is doing a very hard work. It doesn't matter. But the car driver that is also working underground, but with less physical strain, that was seen as harmful to her health. We managed to defeat this bureaucracy, and this healthcare ministry order was revoked, and women can be divers, be last truck drivers, metro car drivers, and even ship captains. We have academy of navigation. They are training women, but they cannot sign contracts with Ukrainian companies, and they have to leave to other countries with their wonderful higher education. And they go there, pay taxes, and go develop other countries. Yes. And the state is the loser in this case. I would like to start with the presentation. Let's look at slide 1. First of all, I would like to focus is discrimination. Starts with the job vacancy, with recruitment. It's no secret that many viewers can say that they saw many announcements saying we're looking for a man aged 35, 45 for a position of an accountant or a manager. And this is a violation of Constitution, because Constitution says that there cannot be any gender-based discrimination. Why aren't women hired as often, or employers try to pay less to the women? The key argument of the employers is that women have children, and children are illnesses, sick leaves, not being able to go on a business trip, and that is why they prefer men. Or if a woman is hired, she's offered a lower pay because most often she'll be using certain preferences like sick leaves to take care of her child. And if she's seeking a job, most probably she badly needs that. So you probably heard of those stories. But then this opens up a question for employers. Don't men have children? Aren't they just as responsible for the children they have? And it's a rhetorical questions. We would like employers to seek answers to them. Women are the same as men in this respect. You cannot assess someone's appearance, but you have to look at their qualifications, their experience, education, and skills. I'd like to talk here about the fact that women are paid 22% less. That's data from the State Department of Statistics. There are regions in the country, for example, Donetsk Oblast, where women are paid 40% less compared to men for the same amount of work in the same professional office. In Donetsk Oblast, there are a lot of women there because there are almost 2 million IDPs. 65% of them are women with children, and they are in the eastern part of the country, Donetsk, Dnipro Oblast, and so on. And they're trying to find employment. Competition is high, and employers can afford to pay less for sometimes more workload. So we see a major difference in pay that brings other results. A woman that is paid less receives less pension, 30% less, give or take. That's official statistics. And this causes impossibility to resolve those problems. It's not regulated in the law, there's no uniform tariff, and there's no understanding of where we move in and where from. And this causes this irreparable damage when a woman retires, and if she's single, she's not capable to support herself. The second slide also has some numbers on teachers. For example, 18% of women are teachers, 99% in preschool and junior school, and their salaries are very low. As I already mentioned, the result of such unequal pay is low pension, 30% lower, which causes impossibility for women to lead a normal life in their retirement age, and they forced to seek assistance from friends, family, or look for people who would be taking care of them. And we know of stories when they have to sign agreements about caregiving in return for something to the private companies, like signing off your apartment to the company to survive. And actually, the root of all it is the salary, labor pay. Very often we fail to mention one thing. Aside from women having qualification, education, experience, they also do work around the house. By far and large, according to the estimates of international organizations on the territory of Ukraine, women spend around 25 hours per week working at home. So 25 hours doing work around the house, cooking, ironing, all the household chores. But the public sees it as doing nothing, just doing some little things that she is expected to do. And we registered a draft 4174 that specifies creating opportunities for, let's say, legalizing this household works through paying uniform social tax. And that would be not just household chores, but working towards your pension. We want to make work around the house as something that is seen as idleness and doing nothing, as labor that is valued, similar to how it happens in EU countries. Because people who do work around the house, they are paid for that, and a woman is not paid, and the society thinks that it's the woman's obligation to do work around the house. We're slowly moving to derogating from the stereotypes that persist and showing that work around the house is still work, and it's not just physical effort, but it's also time consuming, and time is money. Here, I would like to mention following. Starting since 1950s, France and Germany made one very important thing. They amended legislation and introduced guarantees of equal pay to men and women. Moreover, they introduced oversight mechanism, which helped these laws being implemented for real, not just on paper. And we see that there's no discrimination in pay if we look at European countries, and employers won't even think about paying less to a single mother, less compared to a man, just because a single mother badly needs a job. So I think Ukraine needs to move in the same direction, and we need to amend our labor legislation or to pass a new labor code, because the labor code that we have now is outdated. It's Soviet, and it cannot possibly give consideration to the modern trends. It's very outdated. But unfortunately, the draft is somewhere in between the Parliament and the Cabinet of Ministers. The Parliament doesn't have the text, but since the text will come to the Parliament from the Cabinet of Ministers, we can work on it, and we could make sure it gives consideration to the needs of not only employers and men, but women too. Well, there's something very interesting. We would like both women and men, professional men and women, be valued for their professional competencies. But there's this negative trend. 34% of women, and Ukraine has 52% of women. They have higher education, and 27% of men. And only 23% of women hold leadership positions. Why? Because very often, unfortunately, employers do not see women as candidates for leadership positions due to additional burdens, so children. So children are not seen as additional burden for men, but for women. So what should the state do for a woman to be able to develop in the same way and advance their career? The government needs to provide access to proper social infrastructure. Let's imagine the situation. A woman gives birth to a child. What does a woman need? She needs kindergarten. She needs to have a good infrastructure, a clinic, and that is what can help her develop. So that is why I registered a draft law that specifies mandatory construction of social infrastructure facilities for developers in case they're built in huge residential complexes. I'm convinced that the Line Committee will support this draft, and finally will feel comfortable giving birth to children, taking maternity leave, and then going back to work because our child will be taken care of. Thank you. I'd like to add something to what you said. Actually, there's a different problem around women in high-ranking positions. We're trying to look into why there were so few women. I mentioned Skills Ukraine competition, and we have selected professions that we use in the competition. And if it's an electrician, then in 4 years that I've been working with the competition, only one girl applied. Girls do not apply for those professions. And since Ukraine is a professional country, unfortunately, girls do not want to apply for technical professions. There are all sorts of projects engaging girls, and we want the girls to apply to such technical professions. There was one girl, and everybody took pictures with her because she was the only girl who applied for an electrician. And there are 30 girls every year applying for a profession in apparel industry. So we have stereotypes at the level of family and upbringing. So this is not a matter of labor relations, but it's a matter of raising a girl. When the girl has to be made aware that she can be an engineer, she can work in technology, she can be an electrician or welder. I have never seen a single girl applying for a welder profession. So we're trying to change that. So that is why when they get to the level of high-ranking offices, there are less women in the technical professions and industry companies. Yes, I agree. I was talking about the situation overall. Yeah, I just wanted to add this aspect that we often overlook. Yes, we need to remember about the stereotypes. They're still persistent. So how can we debunk them? Telling success stories of women who can be professional divers and ballast truck drivers. So there has to be awareness campaign. We need to change school textbook, replacing those sentences that say that mom is washing something, that is making money and working. And professional guidance in choosing a profession. Children need to have additional information starting grade 6 about professions, different professions, and what skills are required. They need to have the right to seek additional consultations. What happens now? When the child is admitted to a university or vocational school, they get together with the parents, and the parents say, it's very popular, lawyers are very popular, you're going to be a lawyer. And they disregard the fact that the child doesn't want to be a lawyer and instead wants to be a welder. So the child applies and gets admitted to a law school, money is spent, becomes a lawyer, and what happens at the end of the day? Child goes to an employment center to find a job. It's a problem of government's approach to resolving this issue. In one way or another, aside from us raising those issues publicly and trying to debunk those stereotypes and sharing success stories. On the other hand, we cannot take upon ourselves what the government has to do. The government has to intervene and say that there's got to be guidance helping the young choosing their profession. Every child has the right to choose their profession. Right now, I don't think that they are given this right because they don't know the skills required in each profession. We will be changing the situation. It's not going to happen overnight, but the very first steps that were taken, this means that in several years' time we'll get there.
Maria Saprikin looked at preschoolers or first graders who were asked to draw a cosmonaut, a first responder, and all kids made a drawing of a man. When I then invited girls who were first responders or healthcare professionals, kids were surprised. They just couldn't imagine a lady in jobs like that. Exactly, that's what we do a lot to provide proper work guidance, including work safety matters. Irina, I don't have time to ask you all the questions you receive in our chat. Now, when we mentioned this legislation discriminating against women. Is there any legislation like that in other jurisdictions, including post-Soviet countries? Well, this was 1993 order of the Ministry of Health, copycatting the similar regulation adopted before that in the Russian Federation. How we learned about that when we went to Strasbourg to the Council of Europe, and at a meeting, a senior official of the Council of Europe asked what Russia and other post-Soviet republics share in common. And he referred to this order. When we came back to Ukraine, we started to work towards its cancellation. We spent a year probably to do awareness raising advocacy, showing that it was unacceptable because, well, out of 450 professions, there were some weird occupations like fish head cutters or wood makers. Alongside them were other occupations in high demand. Oh yes, one thing we couldn't do is to abolish some other occupations related to working underground. We'll be helping you stay in touch. I understand we can work coherently. But you are right, similar orders were in effect in all post-Soviet republics, or post-Soviet, so to speak. Another question. A job interview, how do you respond to questions asking you marital status or children in the family? Oh, of course you are supposed to tell the truth, but you can ask your question if this is in any way related to my qualifications. You don't have to be afraid. When you articulate things like that, it makes employers that the applicant would be even more diligent in order to earn more to provide for the family. So I think you have to tell the truth, but ask your question. Or if the interviewer is a man, you can ask him if he has any, well, plan. Thank you. Unfortunately, I don't have to ask many questions that have come through our chat. I will only thank you, and I'm happy to see these synergies emerging online, offline, but we're on the same page. Know that this is the topic that we can discuss forever. Fortunately, because of the time limitations, we have to call it a day. Thank you, colleagues, for your participation in this final panel discussion of the day. Valeria Savchuk, Elena Kolesnikova, and Irina Suslova, thanks for joining us, and thank you for sharing your, well, incredible experience. Well, we are now proceeding to our closing remarks. Yulia Savostina, leader of Made in Ukraine, and Anna Karelin, Svidomo Made project coordinator, who will share in behalf of her organization, IOM, about the value of this conference. We've been together for, well, 6+ hours, 6 panels discussing 6 sustainability standards. We've had offline speakers and online speakers who join us from Ukraine, Vietnam, and other destination. It's great in spite of the quarantine. I myself was kind of worried, but the synergies emerging in this conversation, in this event, are incredible. And I appreciate every single speaker, and my particular thanks goes to our opinion leaders who were very, so to speak, attitudinal and sharing information intended to motivate all of us. And therefore, all the panels were unique. Workplace safety, ethical recruitment, environmental protection, human rights respect, non-discrimination on the job, prohibition of child labor, and transparency of supply chains. Thank you, dear viewers, for being with us, for staying with us, for thanking us, for supporting us in the chat, because we understand we're working towards a great cause, the cause of supporting responsible business, responsible production, responsible consumption. As project manager, I can tell you it is so important to understand that something you are dedicated to is needed by someone. So thank you very much. I am incredibly indebted to you. With this, to our closing remarks, and the first to make it is Made of Ukraine leader Yulia Savostina. Is Yulia with us? Yulia, can you hear us? Welcome back. Welcome back. Can you copy us? Good evening. I am still following the pace of our final panel discussion. Irina Lena are incredible speakers, incredible presenters. I'm so much impressed, although I've made friends with them just today, and I'm now sure that legislation in question is going to be adopted at a much faster pace. I won't be original. I'll start with expressing gratitude to IOM Ukraine, to Allah, personally, who initiated this project, to Olha, to Elizaveta, who followed us. I would like to say thanks to those who were confident that this event and that the entire undertaking would be very important and fun. Let me thank you as the moderator and project manager. I think you have raised a lot of important issues essential for promoting responsible production. Well, who knows? Maybe there aren't many of us today. There are too few compared to how much we have to do. Responsible businesses willing to achieve sustainable goals, and the public figures promoting this idea aren't many. But as I was watching how excited people were when discussing these matters, I know that we're on the right track. My daughter is trying to support me. So let me thank everyone who supported this conference, our donors, our speakers, and let me say that as of now, 640 viewers were following us on YouTube. You understand that it would have been unimaginable to have so many participants in one auditorium, in one room, and I know that many more people will watch this conference as recorded. I know that there's some champagnes waiting for you. Thank you, Anna.
Thank you. I'd like to echo these words of gratitude. I'd like to thank our audience, those who watched us online. Hopefully, they're still with us. Throughout these 2 years of introducing Svidomo Made initiative, I've been hearing that corporate responsibility standards, that's great, but that's for large companies, and it's not of any interest to small and medium enterprises. They are preoccupied with other things. However, our speakers today are motivating, inspirational cases have proven that size doesn't matter, that if a company decides to go on a track of responsible manufacturing and production, size doesn't matter. Principles and values is what matter. Even small steps can bring you to achieving a large goal. You have to start somewhere. Maybe you're not going to have opportunities to introduce the entire sustainability complex. At this conference, we shared best international practices. We discussed legislation pursuant to corporate sustainability, and I really hope that at our next event we will be talking more about practical cases, companies and SMEs that successfully implement the principles of corporate responsibility and social responsibility. All of the materials that were presented at this conference today will be made available to you. You'll be provided with access to them through our educational program, Svidomo Made, which is hosted at Made in Ukraine platform, our partner, and all of the materials of all of the panel speakers will be available. I would like to thank those two people, my colleagues, with whom we started this initiative, with whom the initiative, Made in Ukraine initiative began. The initiative that was about businesses supported by International Organization of Migration, businesses
особами, які постраждали від торгівлі людьми і які змогли завдяки підтримки Міжнародної організації з міграції створити успішний бізнес.
and we hope that they will have an opportunity to develop their businesses in line with the principles of social responsibility. These two people that are very dear to me, they're not here with us now, but I felt their support throughout the event. This is Katerina Ardanyan and Olga Stritsova. Olga and I actually developed this project, and she continues supporting us and the initiative of responsible consumer. I would like to thank the entire team of the studio in Hrushevskoye Street who were with us this entire day and yesterday till 1 a.m. and it's owing to their professionalism and patience we managed to have this event. As Yulia has already mentioned in the beginning, this conference was planned way back last year, but due to quarantine and lockdown, the date was changed several times. But this time, we made a decision to have the conference, and we did it in compliance with all of the quarantine restrictions. And let me say that the pandemic has created a lot of challenges for us. At the same time, it is also creating opportunities. It makes you revisit certain approaches to running a business, organizing events, and what used to look as a major challenge turned out to be a new type of event which helped communicate this information to a larger number of people compared to what we would have had with the old permit. Thank you very much. Join Svidomo Made initiative. Follow our pages on Instagram. We're sharing information there, information that is valuable, worth knowing. Now, I've been told that Yulia wants to say a few words. Once again, I'd like to remind you that the recorded in Ukrainian and in English will be made available either tonight or tomorrow at Made in Ukraine YouTube. And I would like to announce the winner in the best question competition, but my chat is frozen. So you'll have to follow our page on Facebook, Made in Ukraine page, and in the course of a few hours, we'll announce the winner of the best question competition, and we'll find a way to send the prize over to you. So we expected our audience to ask questions, so hopefully you were active, and the best question gets the prize, the guide about Ukraine, the things you need to know about Ukraine. A few words. I'd like to thank my colleagues. I'd like to thank everyone who was engaged in this event and everyone who joined in. And trust me, there were so many people, and we all know what we are doing this for. And this phrase that we use in our announcements and what we say: be sustainable, be aware of what you do, aware of how that impacts us, the country, the people, and everyone. Thank you very much for being with us. I'm so grateful for all of your comments, for your likes and shares, and for your attention. Thank you very much. We're not saying goodbye. We're saying see you next time.